We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're out here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So on each one of these streams, we typically like to do a bunch of different topics. And if you ever want to take a look at what topics we do from week to week, you can find it over on our Reddit. We also have a Discord, if you're interested in that. And GreppaTef, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What are we doing first today? So the first topic we're going to be doing today is we're going to be warming up with a little bit of gaming. And this is going to be Void Stranger. It's a puzzle game that is very, very meta and has a lot of playtime in it. So we've been doing it an hour a week, and it's been taking a while, but we've finally been able to look, Mom, I'm on YouTube. Hello, HexableSec, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for showing up early for the pre-stream chat. So yeah, so we're going to be covering that today first for our warm-up. If you ever want to take a look at what the game is all about, you can find it over here at the link I am putting in the chat right now, and that's the first topic. For the second topic, we're going to be doing a demo of some Linux challenges. Some Linux challenges over at HackMyVM.eu, and we're covering the last levels of their Venus Labs over there. It's a CTF war game that's kind of similar to the over-the-wire Bandit games, but these, well, we're going to be covering the last levels over there because I noticed that I didn't finish my series, so that's why. Yeah, this time actually from YouTube. No worries, no worries. Okay, so that's the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. We're going to be covering some Python basics today. Today, we're going to be talking about how to import modules into your Python scripts and how to, well, all the ins and outs of doing that. The fourth topic is going to be EchoCTF challenges. So EchoCTF is another website where we can do box challenges, basically trying to take over a server from the outside. So that's going to be the fourth hour, and in the fifth hour and the sixth hour, we're going to be doing an OSINT challenge. So OSINT is basically using publicly available information to get information about a topic or a subject. And in this case, we're going to be, well, I think we're going to be talking about a missing person in a TryHackMe module called TryHackMe Missing Person. So let's go ahead and get started with our first topic. So each one of these topics is going to be typically 60 minutes, except for the last one, which will be about 120 to 150 minutes. So let's go ahead and start our timer and get into our gaming topic. So, all right, the gaming screen, let me just pull it up right now. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to be doing this for the next, 60 minutes or so. And yeah, hopefully we can get further in this very interesting puzzle game. Let's go ahead and get started. If you think that the volume on the game is a little bit too low, let me know. And we've currently come on to a cutscene in this game. Usually the game is all about these puzzles, but right now we seem to be in the middle of a cutscene where we need to explore around and get something done. Not too sure. We're currently playing is the second character in the game. The first character in the game was Lady Grey, who was looking for a certain somebody in the big puzzle maze dungeon. So what are we doing here? There's a sealed envelope on the table. It's addressed to you. Would you like to open it? I guess we're opening it. Wait a minute. Haven't we seen this before? Game volume is a tad low. That's, let me take a look at the game volume. Huh. I guess there was no music there? hold on. Haven't I been here before? Okay, let's go into the settings and let's go audio, music, master 4, music. We should be... Oh, you guys can hear the music, right? Hold on, I can't hear the music. Let me go ahead and fix that in my settings. Okay, you can't hear music, but apparently there's supposed to be music. That's weird. Let me change the settings again. Audio, master 4, music 4, sound 4. You know what? I think I'll close the game and I'll open it up back again. I'll open it back up again. Okay, and then we'll open it back up. Thank you very much, Monkey Fish Dao Quan. Okay, so I can hear some sound effects. And Sand Device, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so the mural is filled with inscriptions. Somehow they feel familiar to you. Okay, so in certain rooms, you need to create these block patterns in order to activate rooms that you can fall into. But let's keep on going. And you acquired a strange rod. Simply holding it makes you feel uneasy. Something is wrong. Okay. And thank you very much for following New Gamer Guy on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so we did this last time. So I wonder why... So we take this away and then we can... We can step here. I learned somewhere else that you can knock on the treasure chest 3 times in order to get 3 times the number of extra lives when you pick it up, when you open it up. Did we reach a save? Did we? I thought we did. But yeah, this is a warm-up, right? We're not doing a CTF right now. So the CTF stuff is going to come up in the next hour. So we've got a timer that counts down until the next topic at the top of the screen. Okay, so you guys should be able to hear the game music. Let me, yeah, so you should be able to hear it. Let me know if you can. So I guess what we can do here is we can do a little circle and then get to the exit, because we got this monster chasing us behind here. I thought this was some special game with CTFs in it. Not quite. But New Gamer Guy, welcome in. We'll do our CTF stuff in about an hour or so. Okay, so how did we solve this last time? I think the last time we... So we need to push this over. And I think we needed to... What did we need to do here? Roast Polo, hello, nice to see you here. My YouTube was supposed to send a notification when you went live, of course it didn't. New here, what is this? Oh yeah, we're doing a warm-up right now. We're playing a little puzzle game, and then we're going to be doing some cybersecurity CTF exercises in about 50 minutes. But hello and welcome to the stream. You hear it? Grepitaph, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so we need to... Okay, so we got the statues all over here. We'll pick up one of these. And we'll put it down. And then the monster will come towards us. Okay, I think it's game over for us this time. So let's just go back. I think if we can lure the monster onto these trap tiles over here, it'll fall down. What's the chest? What's in the chest? In the chest is an extra life. And okay, you know what I can do? I can pick this up, and then I can put this down over here. So the monster will come towards the trap tile. When it steps on the trap tile, it'll fall down. The problem is that the trap tiles are also going to... Oh, you know what? I know what the solution is now. Okay, let's reset. Wild Radio, hello, nice to see you here. So all we need to do is pick up the trap tile, put it down here, and the statues that are preventing me from picking up the tiles they're also on trap tiles. And the trap tiles are all kind of connected together, so all of the statues will fall together when the monster steps onto the trap tile here. So they all fall, and then we can do whatever we want. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the chest. Over here. Okay, now we've got 2 lives. Okay, and then... Oh, I remember this level. So this level, we need to push the boulder onto the button. But we also have the trap tiles over here. We can't step on them more than once. So I think we need to... bring this down, put this down here. And then from here we can slowly start moving the trap tiles away. And then we can get access to the rest of the level. So we can just pick these up and move them around. Just like this. And we can also pick up the stairs. So in order to get access to the stairs, we need to step on the button. So I'm just going to slowly move these the trap tiles all over to the other side. Okay, and then we can do whatever we want. Okay. So move this onto here, then we can exit. Great. So here we've got a monster up at the top, and we got the statue over on the left-hand side. So the statue on the left-hand side will disappear once all the monsters on the level are dead. So we can't kill the monster up at the top left of the screen. So if we enter the line of sight of the monster at the top of the screen, it'll jump into the pit. So we can't have that happen. We also want to get our 3 extra lives in the chest. Okay. So from here we need to start building a bridge. But we can't really enter the top of the screen anyways. So we might as well start building over here. Okay. Just pick up the tiles. So a major part of this game is picking up tiles and putting them down. And I think what we want to do is we want to put this button over here so that we can push the statue onto it. So let's go ahead and set that up. Whoops. Oh, you know what? I think where I really want the button is I want the button... Where do I want this button? Maybe over here. So that we can... Yeah, okay. So we push the button like this, and then we can get access to the chest. So we get access to the chest like this, get our 3 extra lives. But, so the last part is we need to get to the exit. But the exit is currently in the corner, and if we enter the top row, then the monster will jump into the pit, and then we lose. Because the statue here... Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Because the statue here is on the button. And the statue disappears when the monster dies. If I could pick up the stairs, then I could put it somewhere else. Oh, you know what I can do? The monster doesn't come after me if it can't see me. So we can try to put the button over there, and then push the statue up as well. So we'll put the button here, and then we'll push the statue up. So the monster can't see me, and if the monster can't see me, it won't jump into the pit. So we can exit. Okay, here... So we can get rid of this monster by making a hole and then tricking the monster into falling in. And then we need to get these monsters to run into each other to kill each other off. Because if the monsters enter the same square, or they try to enter the same square at the same time, then they'll both be destroyed. So let's try to get this timing down. Okay, so we avoid that one. Okay, so they don't bump into each other like this. Okay, so I need to disrupt the timing a bit. Okay, does it work now? Nope, still not good. Uh-oh. Okay, and do they bump into each other now? Doesn't look like it. It's a bit of trial and error here. Okay, what about now? Nope. Now, how do we really disrupt this? Do I need to go all the way down to the bottom? What happens if you break the floor underneath the white dude? So we can't actually remove the tile underneath. It has to be a clear tile. When he's chasing you. So the monsters don't fall in, these monsters don't fall into pits. Okay. So I kind of snuck in there. Okay, now does it work? No, it doesn't work here either. How did I do? I've done this once before, but I've kind of forget how to do it. Okay, let's try from here. Nope. Oh, okay. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it now. Nope. So we need to break it up. So we need the snake to come down here. Maybe there's a weird block in the weird block in the corner has something to do with that. So we can set it up so that the two monsters run into each other, and that would get rid of them both. Now, how do we I think we need to disrupt the timing on the snake. Okay, now this guy comes after me, and then we go... Oh! I did it completely by fluke. Okay, we got it done. Okay, let's continue. Actually, you know what? I found a shortcut in this game. So sometimes you can... sometimes there are guys that offer to take your extra lives in exchange for hints on where the shortcuts are, and this is one of the shortcuts over here in the on this level. So this will take you to this place, wherever this place is, and this place has another puzzle aspect. So I'm not exactly sure what these symbols mean, what the numbers mean, what the grids mean. I've been taking some screenshots of these, though. I found a few different ones. And I think I used to think that the number at the along the top and the sides had something to do with the number of tiles. But right now I'm not completely sure. So 381, it's Picross, isn't it? Zeno Tessedro, hello, nice to see you here. It's Picross. What is Picross? So Picross is like a game where you fill in certain coordinates, room numbers. I think these have to do with coordinates on like certain levels. So how many deep is this? 1 and 8. There's 5. There's 8. 2, 4. But I only see 6. It's a Japanese logic game. I probably need to look that up. I'll look up Picross a little bit later, Zeno. Thank you. But for right now, I think I'll take a screenshot of this, and then I'll move on. Okay. Hold on. Take my screenshot. Oops, that didn't get the glowy bits. Just a second. Okay, so I'll take my little screenshot and then I'll move on. We can solve it later. Sometimes called nonograms or something too. Okay, let's just keep on going. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. With certain levels you can remove the stairs, and if the tiles are in the right position, then you'll see these symbols appear on the sides of the room, which means you can drop in and come across. Usually these lead to new treasures that you can access in the game, but in this case, there's an empty treasure chest. Wait, there's a note inside. It's written in a language you can read. It reads, "My memory of you. With this, you should be able to hear the voice of the fallen, all who were and all who are yet to be. And if someone else, that includes you, sis, is reading this, scram, B." So I think these are little notes written by the gods in this game to each other. I dropped an example Picross game in the Discord, Shy. Thank you. I'll take a look at it later. The message makes little sense to you. Okay, so from the previous playthrough, what you need to do to solve this level is to hit the chest up here 6 times and then wait 6 seconds. And then the statues disappear. Of course, we don't know. We only know from our previous experience. Okay, so we got this chest. And then we exit. Okay. So this looks a lot like the level in the first playthrough of the game. So there are also certain levels of the game where you can pick up these memory crystals, one of which I just picked up. Uh-oh. Okay, so we can get 3 extra lives over here. And so the thing that sent me back to the beginning of the game previously was I exited the level when the staircase was facing one of these statues. So it was heavily implied that the statue prevented, well, it sent me into the cutscene, and the cutscene was the back of the beginning of the game. So I'm going to pick up the stairs and I'm going to put them somewhere else. So I'll just put the stairs over here. Okay, so what is this? So the symbol that is beside me on the right, that's a rune that creates a shadow clone. So the shadow clones follow me around, and they make sure that I can't double back on my steps, otherwise I die. So I'm gonna pick up one of these, put it down. So the problem is that these snake guys are wandering around. Uh-oh. I think I can't do this anymore, because I need to be able to move around in a circle with the shadow guy following me. But I can't... So I'm gonna have to double back, and that loses me a life. I think we definitely do need to pick this up and put this down over here. I guess what we need to do is we need to start filling out the other area up here. So put this down here. And put it over here. So the problem is the other snake. The other snake, we need to lure it into the the left-hand side of the screen. So we'll just wait here. Pick this up, and now we can exit. We can exit by putting this down and then going to the stairs. Okay, so it looks like we've got a cutscene over here. So pretty early on, we figured out that we could access the little interface down at the bottom here. So I'll pick up one of these things. If we wanted to, we could probably give ourselves 28 lives by switching out the numbers here, the 28, which is the level we're on, and the number of lives that we have, which is indicated by the number 8. But I think we're okay. So we're just going to watch the cutscene. A lone birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe. And since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? And we're going to say yes. Slowly, surely, dreams embrace you. Okay, that closes the game, but we need to open it back up. What happened to all your grasshoppers? I remember you had a ton of them. Oh, I mean, so we're doing a new playthrough, and the new playthrough, we don't have so many grasshoppers anymore. But Cartier888, hello, nice to see you here. You've grown so fast. Are we allowed to show this? What a relief. This world may have changed, but you need to become strong. For your mother's sake. Still, she's waiting. I can't let her down again. Can we get this off the screen? Thank you. I'm afraid somebody's going to take exception to this. All right, and I'm new, what's going on? Tito Codes, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a warm-up right now. For the next 30 minutes or so, We're going to be doing a little bit of puzzle gaming, and then we're going to move on to our next topics in the stream. Worst time to join. Okay, so we got the next set of levels. So the next set of levels, well, let's just take a look over here first. I think we can build out a bridge. By moving up here, or maybe not. Actually, we can move the boulder, then build a bridge out like... No, we still can't. We want to get access to... the mural at the top of the screen there. Amgid, hello, nice to see you here. What's up? Near here, what kind of what kind of hacking do you do? So we mostly do like web app security stuff. We do Linux stuff. We're going to be talking about how to code in Python, which is a pretty essential skill for people who want to learn about technology and hacking, all that other good stuff. Actually, you know what we can do? Let's pick up the stairs. So if we pick up the stairs, we can start using... Well, we can get rid of that statue first of all. And then we can build out maybe this way. Anyways, let's just go down the stairs. This game looking like ArcAGI. ArcAGI? I haven't heard of that before. What is ArcAGI? Okay, so we got this snake. So this snake looked very different in the first playthrough of the game. But it just looks like a snake now. So what is this? It doesn't talk. Alright, I guess we can just exit then. So the first playthrough of the game and the second playthrough of the game is looking a little bit different. And there's no music, strangely enough. So in this level, we need to touch the button, and then we need to get access to the stairs. So we can trick this charging guy into chasing us, and we might be able to access the button that way. But we need somewhere to run. We need somewhere to dodge. And I don't think there's anywhere we can go. The other thing we could do is we could use the statue, but I don't think we... Oh wait, you know what we can do? Push the statue and then put this down. And then we can... So this gives us access to the stairs. So we can pick this up. Pick up, put the button here. Then we can trick this charging guy into charging up here. So it's now standing on the button, so we get to exit. Okay, what do you think of the Space Chem Opus Magnum style games? Those are games by... Are those Zectronic games? It's a benchmark for LLMs. ArcAGI. Oh. So ArcAGI, it looks a lot like this game, really. Okay, Tito says, my team participates in Cyber Premier League. Can anybody help me understand API testing and AI pen testing? We're about to meet our opponent on the 7th April, a semi-final match. So API pen testing, I mean, you could probably take a look at API stuff over at Portswigger, portswigger.net. Let me get the link for you. So just go to this link and then look up the API testing stuff over there. Probably help you out. Okay, we need to cross and then I think I'm going to cross down here. So we can knock on this 3 times and get our extra lives. Very mechanically very similar. Oh, awesome, MGit. Nice to know, thank you. Well, I mean, we can get our extra lives now, but I think we're kind of in a bad spot. Because we can't actually build across to the left, or the right rather. We can't build to the right. But that's okay, we got 3 extra lives. We're just gonna reset the level. And then we will build out to the right. So go over here, build the bridges. I think I've what about artificial intelligent pen testing resources? Artificial intelligence pen testing resources? You should see some over at Portswigger there as well. So the other major artificial intelligence pen testing resource is probably the Gandalf game. So that would be gandalf.leccara.ai. Gandalf, let me type it out. So this link over here. Oh, okay. We can start building out now. Uh-oh. I don't have enough tiles. So we're gonna have to reset again. Arc AGI is a game that tests AIs. Seems like you play to see if you did better than them or if others. Oh, okay. Not a CTF. Alright, so I think we need to build out like this, and then pick this up, and then come down. And now we have enough tiles. Okay. So we can just slowly build out and then get to the exit. So the levels are much trickier in this playthrough than they were in the previous one. Where did you get this? I got it on Steam. I think it's like $15 on Steam, but I mean, if you like these type of puzzle games, you're gonna get your money's worth. Anyways, exit. Huh. How do we solve this one? So I think I can move over here and then pick up this tile. Then we have to move down I think we can pick up the stuff in the treasure chest. So, knock on it 3 times. It's a cool game, it makes you think. I mean, it is a game where you need to think to finish the levels, but it's not too difficult to the point where you can't solve the puzzles. So it's a pretty good middle ground, I think. Move around, pick up the stuff. The problem here is that when we get to this point in the level, there's nowhere I can go. Brouhaha! Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What type of hacker are you? Are you a black hat hacker, a white hat hacker? I'm a white hat hacker. I don't do anything illegal, especially not on the live stream. So how do we solve this? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, grab the one at the start and then the other ones. Obviously the ones you spawn on, then run to the end, then place it, then grab the other blocks and make the path. So we're kind of limited in what we can do. So we definitely need to cross over this way, and then to the center of the stage. We could pick this up, but if we pick it up, we need some place where we need to put it down. I'm actually learning networking, so I have to learn more networking. Would you like to suggest? Yeah, we got a website that we suggest to people who are getting into cybersecurity stuff. This one over here. There's a bunch of links, there are videos and stuff. Go ahead and give that a visit. So, let's say we pick this up. Then we move down. Okay, so this is good. So now we've got access to enough tiles. We can just put them down. We can build up. We can build... Pick this up. Okay. I think we've got... Yeah, now we can build out to the staircase. Awesome. Okay, confined CCNA materials, those are fairly good. Yeah, so stuff for the CCNA, stuff for the Network Plus, that kind of stuff will help you out with the computer networking. Cybersecurity is just a fancy word for hacking. Well, I mean, cybersecurity is more about the defensive side, but there's definitely a lot of offensive stuff in there as well. Okay, exit. So what do we need? So we're on the glass tiles. I think... So we'll pick this up, and then we can cross over to this side. After we've crossed over to this side, then... Well, I can pick up my 3 extra lives. 2, 3... Maybe I'll pick up one of these. 2... Oh. Okay, 3 extra lives. Now we can... Now I'm not too sure because we need access to 3 tiles. We only have access to 2 tiles right now. Maybe if I put this down. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reset this. Okay, so I think... I think what we need to do is we need to go over to the other side, the right-hand side of the stage, and we need to grab... So we'll just move over here. And then just grab this. So I think from here we can finish the level. Yeah, okay. Now you can get to the stairs. Oh, this looks tricky. I mean, we definitely want to grab the extra life in the treasure chest. Only there's a limited number of times we can pick up tiles because of the statues in the room. So we can only pick up and put down tiles equal to the number... Well, less than the number of statues in the room, otherwise we'll lose our life. So maybe we'll pick up one of these. So every time you pick up or put down a tile, the little wings on these statues appear. So put this down. Pick up one of these. Put this down. We also want to pick up the crystal thing, which is on at the the right-hand side of the screen, below the statue. We actually have a good number of pickups we can do. So we can pick this up, put this down. But now we're getting close to our limit. Pick this up. Okay. Zos the Goatherd says, if you do the offensive stuff professionally, you should study technical writing, report writing, and compliance frameworks. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure about the compliance frameworks. You can do a job doing offensive testing without knowing too much about compliance frameworks. It's mostly something that your employer is going to have to know more about. I think I have to be more efficient. Because I've run out of times that I can pick up stuff. Are the memes true about the qualifications that jobs want? I mean the memes about them wanting you to know absolutely everything? They'll put down that they want everything on the application, but you don't necessarily have to qualify for everything. So if I try to pick up something again, I'll get zapped with the lightning bolt, and then I need to do the level again. Okay, so we need to do this more efficiently. So we'll just pick up one of these, put it down. I think I screwed this up again. Still confused about you? What are you confused about, Jatin Rathor? Hello. Just a lowly brew tamer, so genuine question. So, some places require specific testing for compliance, right? I mean, if we're talking about, like, offensive security related stuff, then it's more that the companies might have to worry about compliance stuff, but it's not really the testers who need to know too much about it. So we're talking about GRC stuff, right? Governance. Oh, what does the R stand for? Governance, something, and compliance. So Zasa Goodhart says, I'm in New York City, NYC, so a lot of places want previous experience with IT at financial companies. Financial companies specifically? That seems very specific. Yeah. Depends on the market, though. So I think we've screwed this up again. I mean, I could pick this up and put it down. Oh, you know what? I think we can do it. So even pick this up, put it down, and exit. Great. Risk and compliance, right. The R stands for risk. GRC, government's risk and compliance. Thank you very much for the info, Cartier. What are we doing in this level? So we need to make sure that not all of the bad guys... We can't kill off all the bad guys. Because if we kill off... Oh no, we do need to kill off all the bad guys. Because the statue that disappears once we kill all the monsters is over the stairs. So we need to find a way to kill off all the bad guys. Okay. The other thing we need to do is we need to get access to... We need to get access to some tiles that don't break. So some non-glass tiles. So do we want to wander on over this way? Maybe pick up one of these? But where do we go from here? Oh, you know what? The other thing we could do is we could just push the statue out of the way. I think I've screwed up this level already. Let's reset. Okay, so... So we'll pick up this tile, and we'll move over here. Pick up one of these glass tiles, and then... Once we have access to 3 tiles that we can move around, we're going to have a much better time. I can knock on this, I can activate the statue to get 3 lives. What else can we do here? Oh, yeah, maybe like this. So now we've got access to 3 tiles. Okay, and we can make our way over here. So the magic number is... Well, the magic number is 3. But more is good too. Okay, and then we can get access to the stairs like this. Great. And it'd be nice to be able to get the stuff in the chest. So how do we get that? We'd have to make our bridge over to the right, and then I mean, the easy way to do it is just to exit the level by moving up here. Yeah, well, okay, why not? Okay, Jad Rathor says, shared about CCNA, is this the first module of learning hacking? Well, I mean, if you want to do technical hacking with computer networks, you need to know about computer networking. So the CCNA is a good start. The Network Plus certification from CompTIA is also good. You don't necessarily need to get the certifications, but you do need to know the materials in those courses. So this looks complicated. Oh, you know, there's another level skip in this level. Hold on. Okay, so this guy's going to get rid of themselves. Okay, great. Oops. So the other level skip is behind the chest over here. So we need to get behind the chest, and then we need to fall in. So this should be a level skip over here. Okay, it is. Great. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I mean, you definitely need to know some computer networking basics to get started with your technical hacking journey. But yeah, go ahead and check out the website, Get Into Cyber. So this one over here. Okay, we got more of these. You know what? I'll take a screenshot of this. And we've run out of time. Okay, let's go ahead and after this level, we'll move on to our next part of the stream. This is level 53. Okay. All right, let's exit, and then we'll move on to the next part. Okay, so Jan Rather says, I'm more confused because of more and more sources available that I need to know what hackers should learn first. So you should learn about general technology stuff and about computer networking first. So start learning from channels like Professor Messer. He has a good course on the A+ certification. He also has a good course on the Network Plus certification. Definitely start learning about that stuff first. But, I mean, if you want to get directly into hacking topics, I've got like a big YouTube channel full of this stuff over here. I'd suggest going with the EchoCTF playlist. Let me go ahead and get that. So we got a playlist with a bunch of different videos. Type also, please. Sorry, I'm not too sure what you're asking for, Jatin Rathor. Let me put on some new music for this other part of the stream. Ooh, how about some of this? Okay, we'll turn down the music a little bit. And I'll put an hour on the clock for our next topic. So topic 1 is done, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. What's the difference between all the CTF things? CTFs usually cover a bunch of different topics. Different CTFs cover different topics. The typical topics you see are stuff like... let's talk about it. So we're talking about typical CTF challenge categories. So you typically see stuff like web app hacking, reverse engineering, binary exploitation, digital forensics, and cryptography. So these are typical topics you'll see in CTF challenges, which are cybersecurity education exercises. Okay, so Zos the Goatherd says, I think you are partially confused by the fact that hacker isn't really a job. Hacker's not a job. Hacker is not a job. Hacker is something that you can do. If we talk about what the definition of hacking is, hacking a non-intentional interaction with the system that benefits the user in some way. I mean, this isn't... It's not a super... it's not super accurate, but you think about any system. It doesn't have to be a computer system. If you interact with it in a non-intentional way that somehow gives you some sort of benefit, that is known as hacking. Hacking in and of itself is not a job, but you can definitely use hacking techniques in certain jobs. I mean, if we're talking about cybersecurity job roles, typically you would see a lot of hacking type stuff in roles like network pen testing or penetration testing, if you want to call it that. So there's also web app pen testing. So penetration testing is usually shortened to pen testing. So there's web app pen testing. That's a role you can get in cybersecurity. You can also get roles in stuff like something like malware analyst. So malware analysts are people who analyze malware and try to understand how it works. The types of skills that you do in these different types of jobs are going to be very different depending on what kind of role is involved. So there's no one job that encompasses all of cybersecurity or all of hacking. Good to see someone using a goated text editor like Nano. Well, thank you, Roast Paulo. I've got all sorts of people in the chat who tell me that I shouldn't be using Nano and I should be using Vim. I mean, I can use Vim, just not very well, and Nano is easier for beginners. So that's why I teach people how to use Nano. Anyways, let's move on. So what we're doing now is we're going to be doing some demonstrations. So we're going to be demoing some labs from Venus. Venus is a CTF game. Let me show you where it's at. So we're going to be doing the very last levels of the Venus game, because I need to record some videos for this. Oh, are we not logged in? We need to log in. You should use an electron microscope and manipulate the bits directly on the disk, of course. Okay, no one knows what they're talking about these days. No one knows what they're talking about these days. I mean, maybe? Emacs is the only real text editor. Hi-ho, hack the planet. You know what? Hack the planet, everybody.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So HackMyVM.eu is one of the many websites that I like to use on stream for demonstration purposes, for challenge purposes. So you can find out information about how to access the Venus server over here. And we're going to be demonstrating the last 2 levels of this game. So there's 50 levels in the game. Go ahead and let's see. We want to do remote access over here. Okay, SSH, and I think the level's called like Leona, right? So SSH Leona HackMyVM.eu on port 5000, and let me grab the password for this level, because I don't think I include the passwords in my write-ups. Just a second, everybody, I'm looking at my notes. Okay, so this is level... okay. So if you want to do this game yourself, I can give you the information. So the username and password is this, and the SSH command you would use to access this game is this one over here. Okay, and so the password is freedom. Okay, I'm going to do a little intro for my YouTube video. Just a second, everybody. Alright, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Leona level, otherwise known as level number 49, from the Venus CTF game over at HackMyVM.eu. So the first thing we typically do on any of these levels is we like to take a look at the mission.txt file after we're logging in. So this will let us know what we need to do in the level. And in this level, mission 49, the user Ava plays a lot with the DNS of Venus.hmv lately. So what we're doing is we're trying to access the Ava user, and we need to figure out what's going on with the DNS of Venus.hmv. So what are we talking about? Let's talk a little bit more about it. Let me go ahead and get... I've got a presentation file that goes along with this. So this is 49 Leona. Ruined the intro, did I? I have a terrible headache today. The stream's been really fun, but it's not helping. Might have to go. No worries, Rose Paulo. I'll see you next time. Okay. So let's take a look here. So this is HackMyVM Venus level 49, Leona. So this mission has us targeting the Ava user, and we're told to look into the DNS for Venus.hmv. So, I mean, there's a lot to say about DNS. We're doing local DNS enumeration on this level, and DNS is the phone book of the internet. And Linux hosts can serve DNS, allowing clients to resolve domain names. So typically what you do when there's a DNS server on a host is that we can find out information about different domains. In this case, we're told to investigate the, Venus.hmv domain, and if we're talking about a local server that is hosting DNS, the most common software on Linux systems for hosting DNS is called bind, and a configuration file for bind can be found in the etc bind directory. So if we know that that this server is hosting a local DNS, we can take a look at the etc bind directory to see if there's information in there. So we'll go in, we'll move into etc bind, and we see here that there's a bunch of different files in here. So the bind information is usually in the named.conf file over here, but we also see a bunch of local databases. Well, I mean, DB usually stands for database, and there's one for Venus.hmv, so there's probably information in here that we need to take a look at. So if we take a look at the name of this file, we see here that there's a bunch of DNS information, but among the information there's also this TXT entry that is for Ava. So Ava is the user that we're targeting, and it looks like this could be a password. So what we can do is we can copy this, and we can try to log in as the Ava user with this password, and if it works, that means we've solved the level. So we'll just exit, and we'll try to log in as Ava. Whoops. Okay, we'll paste in that password, and it gives us access. So everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for HackMyVM Venus level number 49, otherwise known as the Leona level, over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. So we learned a little bit about where we can find information if a server is hosting a local DNS. So, I mean, I did a little bit of research, and it turns out that if the Linux server is hosting DNS, it's probably going to be using this bind software, and the bind software configuration is going to be at the etc bind directory. How much don't you know? There's a lot. There's a lot that I don't know. It's a lot easier to answer what I do know, which is very little. At Val, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so this is level number 49, and we've got one more level left. So you'll discover when we do this next level that the last level is kind of BS, and we'll talk about why it's BS in just a second. So let's go ahead and pull up the last level. So the last level is level number 50. So level number 50 is the last level of the game. Pull this up. Okay, so we're in the level now. SysOS says bind, Power DNS, and Microsoft DNS are the most common for hosting DNS servers. I didn't know about, well, I mean, I don't know very much about any of these softwares, but thank you very much for following Steneural. Thank you very much. Okay. So there's the last mission here. Let's go ahead and do the intro. Hello everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Ava level from the Venus CTF game, otherwise known as level number 50, from hackmyvenus.eu. So we're logged in, and the first thing we like to do is we like to read the mission.txt file to see what we need to do in this level. So it says, Mission 50, the password of Maria is somewhere. That is vague as heck. The password of Maria is somewhere. So we know that we need to target the Maria user, and we know that the password is somewhere. Let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so this is HackMyVM Venus, level 50, the Ava level. So the mission has us targeting the Maria user, and we're told to look somewhere. This is a complete wild goose chase. So the reality of this level is that you have to scour the entire server as every different user account to find something that could be the password for the Maria user, and there are no clues. I mean, there might be clues on the server that could point us in the right direction, but I haven't been able to find them. So in the end, the answer to this particular level is password reuse. But not the actual password, but the encrypted password from a previous user. So there's a user named Adela, I think it's level number 40 from this game, and in that level, what we needed to do was we need to interpret these Morse code, this encrypted Morse code over here. But we're not actually using the decrypted Morse code, we're using the literal string over here. And it's kind of ridiculous. We have to use the ASCII Morse code string. So let me demonstrate that. So this is level number 40, the Adela user. We'll log off. Whoops. And then we'll access Adela. came late. David Ferguson, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So the Adela user is level 40, right? Okay. So I'll log in as the Adela user. So in this level, you needed to translate the Morse code. So this is actually the password for the Maria user, which is the last level. Well, there's no actual Maria level. All you get when you enter that level is congratulations, you finished the game. So if we copy this, and then we get out of here, and we try to access the Maria user, which is our target user, and then we paste in the password, well, the Morse code string, this logs us in. So we're logged in, and to prove that we finished this, we'll read mission.txt. And all it says is, congratulations! So there's no actual mission 51, this is the end of the game. So, in the end, it's just a big wild goose chase. What you'd need to do to finish this level in the legit way would be to get every string from every user account that you have access to, and then brute force it. Just brute force the answer. But anyways, that's the end of the game. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Ava level, otherwise known as level number 50, from the HackMyVM Venus game over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so Jen Rathor says, I didn't understand the password, can you explain again? So, I mean, there's not very much to know about... There's not very much hacking going on in this level of the game. It's just kind of... It's kind of like a BS exercise. SysOS says, brute force with a limited set of passwords without a hint. It's harsh. Yeah, I mean, I'll freely admit that I had to spoil myself to get the answer for this level. It's just that there's nothing that would tell you, there's nothing that would point you in the direction of getting the password for this level. It's just basically going through all the other like user levels that you've got access to, and then brute forcing it. It's not very elegant. Okay, are my files safe on Dropbox? I mean, if Dropbox hasn't been compromised, then yeah. When do you do a live for web exploits or cryptography? Tito Codes, hey, nice to see you here. Do we have anything web today? So, what are we doing now? So I just finished my my demos for the Venus Labs. So we're going to be doing Python basics in about 40 minutes or so. There's probably going to be some web app stuff in the EchoCTF portion over here, so that's going to be in about an hour and 41 minutes. So it's going to be a while from now, but we are going to be doing some web app stuff then. No, but they're not safe anywhere. Do the staff at Dropbox peek at my files? I mean, they could. The thing about any service is that you can't... The people who are in charge of your data, they've got access to your data. The people who work at Google have access to everybody's Gmail accounts. It's up to you to determine if you're okay with that. If you use anybody's service, they've got access to your data. Okay. Anyways, we'll do a few more demonstrations today because we got like 40 minutes. We're going to be demonstrating some very easy challenges over at Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is it's a good website. Well, it's a good beginner website for people who want to get into technology, who want to get into hacking stuff. It's not especially difficult. If you use my server, I can see everything. Yeah, I mean, if you use anybody's service, the people who own the service have access to your data. Okay, so on Hack the Web, I would say it's a very good... This is a very good website for people who are interested in technology. The challenges are not very difficult, but they do get you thinking about technology topics, which is really nice. Do you have a teaching hacking series? I mean, I'd say that every one of my walkthrough videos on my YouTube channel they teach different concepts. I'd start with the EchoCTF web list over here. So this playlist. Give it a try. Okay, so let's go ahead and get. I've got a bunch of notes for these challenges as well. So this is going to be walkthroughs for Hack the Web, and we're going to be starting. Let me get rid of some of these tabs I'm not using anymore. So we're not doing HackMyVM. Done. We're doing Hack the Web. Does your place have copper phone lines? We don't. Ripped out. You ripped out your copper phone lines? Atvow says, how does anyone like high security stay safe? High security stay safe. I mean, it's not about staying completely safe from everybody at all times. There's, what is it called? It's called risk management, and what is the word? Risk. It's called risk. Oh, what is the word? Threat modeling, and determining what you're okay with as far as risk is concerned. I mean, anytime you use anybody's service, they've got access to your data. If you want to live a life where you absolutely are not exposing any risk at all, you have to not interact with the internet. That's what it would take. Okay, so the challenge we're going to do first is the Shadow Pictures challenge. Let me go ahead and bring this up, and then I think this one is like 80 something. Shadow Pictures 69. 69, nice. Okay. At that point, just go outside. Risk mitigation and threat modeling. Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and start this walkthrough. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Shadow Pictures challenge over at Hack the Web. So the first thing we do is we like to take a look at what the description is for this challenge. It says, I so often look at my life and think to myself, what is the point of it all? I hope there will be a day where I can put the pieces together and understand the meaning. With this task, you have it easier. Place the 6 parts on top of each other with your mouse or with your finger to get the answer. So I mean, what we're talking about is we're just talking about layering images on top of each other to get an answer. I mean, we can already kind of guess what the answer is right now. But what this challenge is trying to illustrate is that there's something called image layers. So let's talk a little bit more about this. ZSOS says, are you at the same risk of as the top of the FBI? Atvow says, in the news, the FBI got his email leaked. I mean, what is the word? Being doxxed is always a risk when you interact with the internet. It's kind of a risk you need to be aware of. Sick the Mind has just subscribed on Twitch. Thank you very much for the subscription, Sick the Mind. /art/kart. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And thanks for the subscription. Let me give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park for you?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so the way you've solved the challenge in this case is not super difficult, but let's talk about a concept that not a lot of people not a lot of people think about too much until they start making digital images. So in this challenge, we're told to layer the images on top of each other to reveal a message. But what this actually illustrates a concept that comes up a lot in digital image creation, and that is image layers. So the concept of image layers, that is keeping different visual information on separate layers or pages, it's very common in digital image creation. So if we've got some separate visual elements on different layers, so we might have like a beach umbrella in the foreground, and then we got an image for our middle ground, and in the background we'll have our sky and our clouds. So what we can do is we can put all of these three layers together to create a complete image. So people who do digital image creation, they keep everything on separate layers so that if they want to modify the background, they can keep it separate from the stuff that they're doing in the foreground and vice versa. It's very, very convenient for working. And wow, Panko has just rated the channel with 14 viewers. Linux is Unix, but free, I learned. Yeah, Linux is free, and Linux was built on top of... Well, Linux was built from Unix. I mean, I'm sure there's some details I'm getting wrong there. But hey, welcome in, Raiders. Panko is another live streamer. Let's give her a shout out. Shout out, Panko. Nope. Shout out... Oh, let me try that again. There we go. Oh, I need to wait 2 minutes before we can give another shout out. Wild Panko has appeared. Hello, Panko Raiders. My name is the Shy Hat. I like to talk about cybersecurity topics and hacking stuff over here on Twitch. Does that work? Hexablesec? I'll give her a shout out in a couple of minutes. But anyways, what are we doing today? So if you're wondering what we're doing today, right now we're doing some demonstrations from this website right here. It's called Hack the Web. And it's a very good website for learning about technology topics. If you set it up, then yeah. There's a huge amount of things that you got wrong here. For complete layman, it's an okay explanation. Well, thank you, SysOS, for not ripping me a new one. You just really wanted to shout out Panic Basket. Panic Basket is an actual channel, funnily enough. But what were you doing on Panko's stream? Were you doing modeling over there? Or were you doing some other stuff? I think she was doing modeling like the entire stream. Okay, so let's go back to the shadow pictures. Alright, so we managed to put all the layers on top of each other, and we got this answer over here darkly. So all we need to do is we need to submit the answer to complete the challenge. Alright, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Shadow Pictures Challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's give that shout out to Panko now. Shout out. There we go. Please check out our channel if you're interested in hacking, if you're interested in VTuber stuff, if you're interested in 3D modeling. But anyways, I think we can do a couple more demonstrations. Let me go ahead and set up the next one. So we just finished Shadow Pictures, and the one we're going to be doing after this is called Binary. So in this challenge we're talking about binary numbers. So different types of numbers make the internet go around, and these ones are the numbers that are only ones and zeros. So let me grab the presentation I've got for that, and then we'll proceed. So is this... yeah, 51. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the challenge. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Binary Challenge from the Hack the Web series of challenges. Let's go ahead and read the description for the challenge. So it says, as a teenager, I couldn't get my head around how computers can work with just ones and zeros. It wasn't until much later that I understood the principle. Let me try to explain the binary system to you. Forgive me if my explanation isn't perfect. I'm doing my best. So it says, above each binary digit, the corresponding power of 2 is written in a circle. Click on the circles to change the digits. So this is trying to explain to us how to read binary numbers. So the first digit in a binary number is the ones place. And then the second digit represents the number 2. So the first one can only go up to the number 1. The second digit represents the number 2, and then the third digit represents the number 4, and the fourth digit represents the number 8, etc., etc. So if we've got a binary number 100000, that represents the number 32. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk a little bit more about these binary numbers. So this is Hack the Web Binary. In this challenge, we're told to input the binary number for the decimal number 7 as the answer for the challenge. So let's see. SysOS says least significant, second significant, unless I got the order wrong. I mean, typically when I was taught about numbers in math class way long ago, we were talking about the first digit, the second digit, the third digit, going from left to right. But I guess that doesn't really make sense because we talk about... Anyways, let's talk about the presentation. So we're talking about binary numbers. So the regular numbers that we use are called decimal numbers, and that uses the base 10 system. So when we talk about regular numbers, that's decimal. DEC stands for the number 10. So decimal means 10 numbers. So the symbols we see in the decimal number system are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 10 symbols, including the number 0, that make up a set. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, I mean, that's the answer in this case. So we're talking about binary numbers, which is a different system of counting. Binary numbers, on the other hand, are another system of counting where there are only 2 symbols in a set, hence binary. There's either 1 or 2. I mean, it's either 0 or 1, but a set is then there's 2 numbers in a set. So in this case, each set is 2. If you see a 1 and a 0, that's a set, and that represents the number 2. But there's only 2 symbols. There's 0 and there's 1. So if we compare counting in decimal versus binary counting, we can see that the numbers become very long very quickly. So if we count up to the number 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in binary it would be represented by 0, and then 1, and then 1, 0 for the number 2, and then 1, 1 for the number 3, and then 1, 0, 0 for the number 4, 1, 0, 1 for the number 5, and then 1, 1, 0 for the number 6. Okay, what is a bit? I mean, a bit is a bit is a unit of data when we're talking about binary computer systems. I mean, it's related to binary, but it's not directly binary. Okay, so why do we care about binary numbers when we're talking about computers and technology? So the reason why binary numbers are important in computing is because at the very lowest level, computer processors only take in data in the form of zeros and ones, that is, binary numbers. A bit is shorter than a nibble and a word, and is the smallest unit we have in binary. I mean, I'm not completely sure about all that stuff, but thank you very much for the information, SysOS. So if we've got computer machine code, the machine in this case is an x86 chip. So in x86 chipset notation, this series of binary numbers right here is the no operation code. So if the CPU gets this instruction, it means don't do anything. So what we can do is, when we're working with computers, we don't like to work with these long binary strings. Instead, we like to translate them into other number systems that we can look at more easily. Because the binary numbers are very, very long and uncomfortable to look at. These binary numbers are usually converted to different number systems, either decimal or hexadecimal, when people interact with them, because long strings of binary numbers are not very practical to work with. But let's go back to the challenge. So in the challenge, the number 7 in binary representation is the answer. So if we see that there is a 1 in this place, it represents the number 1. If we see a 1 in this place, it represents the number 2. And if we see a 1 in this place, it represents the number 4. If we activate the number 4, the number 2, and the number 1 together, that equals the decimal number 7. So the number 7 in binary representation is the number 1, 1, 1. So we type that in, and we click go, and that solves the challenge. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the binary challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Bruhahaha says 8 bits. 8-bit is 8 bits of data in a sequence. So, I mean, in computing, we're generally talking about how much information we can fit in the processor. And in the computer, well, in earlier computer processors, they were 8-bit computers. So you could fit up to 8 of these bits into the memory of the computer. So this would be, is that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 bits in this case is the binary number 11111111, and I think it equals 255 in decimal. Let me double check that. So we can do like binary to decimal. It's 8 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this gives us 255, and 255 is the largest amount of information that we can fit into the processor at any one time. Not all computers use the 8 bits, the byte standard. Some use 10, some use 6, some used 4. And so this is why it's important to understand why these numbers come up, because we're talking about feeding binary numbers into a computer system. So this is one of the reasons why we use binary numbers. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. Got 20 minutes left. I think we could probably do 2 more. So the next challenge is, are you human? Okay, so we're talking about CAPTCHA stuff next. Alright. So I think this is like, yeah, this is challenge number 80. Hold on. Okay. Alright everybody, this is the Are You Human challenge from Hack the Web. So let's go ahead and read the description for the challenge. It says, apparently the robots have taken control of the internet. That's why the people on Earth are coming up with more and more creative systems to distinguish humans from robots. Show that you're a human and click on the letters in the correct order. Click on the letters in the correct order. So, I mean, this is an implementation of what is called a CAPTCHA, and CAPTCHA is a type of test that tests whether or not the person who is interacting with the system is a human or a robot or a computer. In this case, we need to spell the word, I think it's transition. Let's reload the page. Okay, so the word is transition that we need to spell out. No, I'm classified as a meat popsicle. Okay, where can I read open source code using a reader? I would like to read more source code on learning coding. So Adval, what kind of coding are you interested in learning about? Because there's a bunch of different programming languages. I'd say that, I mean, if you want to learn about any particular programming language, a good place to start would probably be someplace like W3 schools. If you want to learn about coding in different languages. Everything here is free, which means you don't need to pay for anything, but, you know, to take a look at it. Okay, so we need to... Well, okay. Before we solve the challenge, let's talk about what's going on in here. So in this challenge, we're told to click on letters in a certain order to solve the challenge. So this is an example of a CAPTCHA. So CAPTCHA, I think it's... Oh, what does it stand for? Let me look it up real quick. What does CAPTCHA stand for? So CAPTCHA stands for Completely Automated Public Turing Test to tell computers and humans apart. And this is the type of challenge you might see on websites to quote-unquote prove that you're a human. And so it's a type of challenge designed to be solvable by people, but not solvable by computer programs, that is, robots. So this is an example of a CAPTCHA that you might have seen previously. Let's see. To continue, type the characters you see in the picture. So you would have to type in the letters 6T, 9, etc., etc. And the reason why we used to do stuff like this is because programs used to be not able to read characters in an image like this. They can nowadays, but this is an example of a CAPTCHA we used to use in the past. Alan, Turing as in the Turing test. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. If you encounter them in real life, run. If you encounter CAPTCHAs in real life, what is Turing? So Turing is the name of the person who invented the Turing test, and the Turing test is a test you can administer to figure out if you're talking to a person or if you're talking to a computer. Okay, Turing test. So the Turing test proposed by Alan Turing in 1950 is a measure of the machine's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior indistinguishable from humans. So basically what we're talking about is a test to determine if a machine can act in a way that is indistinguishable from a person's. But if we go back to the challenge, CAPTCHAs, what are they primarily used for online? So CAPTCHAs are used to prevent abuse of online services, such as online polls or account creation or login attempts, etc., etc. If you come across any system on the internet that might be abused, if it's completely automated by robots or something like that, you might see some sort of CAPTCHA that prevents you from, it prevents you from A, accessing the system too quickly, and B, testing whether or not the user that is interacting with the system is a person or not. Correct me if I'm wrong, but CAPTCHAs were mainly used to train AI. Well, I mean, CAPTCHAs were used to train AI. CAPTCHAs are used to train AI, but CAPTCHAs were, well, one of the uses of CAPTCHAs originally was to prevent fraud, or online fraud or abuse of certain systems. They are used to train AI these days. Or at least they have historically. Let's go back to the challenge. So what we need to do is we need to prove that we're a human by clicking on the word and spell out the word transition. So let's do that. T R A N S I T I O N. Okay, and we'll click on go. Okay, so are you human? Transition is correct. Okay, that's great. Alright everybody, we solved the challenge. That was the Are You Human challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, SysOS says the AI training is a side effect of using CAPTCHAs. It was not their goal or intended use. And they yield poor quality data. I think one of the things that came out of CAPTCHAs was the ability to, for AIs to do, what is it called? Optical character recognition. So if we go back to this kind of CAPTCHA, a lot of people solved CAPTCHAs like these as part of training for some sort of AI system to do optical character recognition, which is the ability for computers to be able to read text from images. OCR predates the modern CAPTCHAs. I mean, I heard that was a really big project, that they would have people solve CAPTCHAs to feed information to, or to feed training data to systems that were developed for OCR. If I were to search this up, CAPTCHA OCR training. OCR model for reading CAPTCHAs, building a CAPTCHA model, reading CAPTCHAs with the OCR model. Discussion. Best way to train or solve these CAPTCHAs. OCR CAPTCHA project. OCR was refined by using CAPTCHAs. Oh, okay. But I think we can do one more of these challenges because they're pretty short. Let's do the HTML challenge. So I think this is number, it's number 7 over here. Let's continue. So the nice thing about these challenges is that they're pretty short and they're pretty self-contained. Of course, they do get more difficult as you work through the website. And if you are interested in trying out this website yourself, here's the link over here. Go. Okay, so this is the HTML2 challenge. Okay. Alright everybody, this is the HTML2 challenge from Hack the Web. Let's read the challenge description. So some people on Earth have used the power of technology to exploit their fellow human beings. I imagine it's terrible when your life is suddenly so controlled by this technology. An example? Someone could take away something you previously took for granted. In this task, the answer is again found in the source code right here. Right here. But I'm taking away the button from the last task to let you open the source code. See? This is what control could look like. Fight back, you don't need my silly button to see the source code. So we're talking about looking at the source code for web pages. Well, commonly this is called the language that is used to create this, the web pages is called HTML. And let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so this is the Hack the Web Challenge HTML2. So in this challenge, we're told to access the source code of the web page manually to get the answer to the challenge. So what we're talking about is source code inspection, and there's several ways to access a web page's source code. The easiest way would be to right-click on the web page and then select View Page Source. So if we go over to the web page, we can right-click on it, and we can select this option over here, View Page Source, to see the source code of the web page. So another concept we need to understand here is that what we see on the web pages is not necessarily what is sent to your web browser. Your web browser is sent some code, and the web browser turns the code into the web page that you see. You can also access the source code by using the keyboard shortcut. For many web browsers, the keyboard shortcut to see the source code is going to be Control+U, and we can do that over here. So Control-U on your keyboard will also let you see the source code. So one important thing that we want to point out in this challenge is that the web pages that we see in the web browser are created using code. So when we access the source code is what the web browser actually gets from the web server, and it turns it into the web page that we see. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Ahmed Bojazine. That's an interesting name. Hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, so if we go into the source code here and then scroll down, we can see that inside the source code, in between the code that someone could take away something that you previously took for granted, which we saw on the web page. But what we see here is something inside of a HTML comment, and comments are parts of the web page that we can see in the source code but don't actually appear on the web page. And we can see here that the answer is revolution. So we can copy this. Whoops. We can copy this. Then we can go back to the web page and we can submit this as the answer. Click on Go, and then we're finished. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the HTML2 challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. So, I mean, if you feel like the challenges here are a little bit too simple, a little bit too easy, you just have to understand that the challenges here aren't necessarily meant for people who know a lot about technology. They're meant for people who don't know anything about technology. And we need to understand that a lot of people don't understand some super simple concepts like how our web page is made, and if you take a look at the web page source code, how does this relate to the web page that they were previously looking at? So, I mean, I'll share with you guys a little story. When I used to interact with web pages and I would accidentally open up the source code for the web page, it used to really make me confused. And I would close it up immediately, and it's like, I didn't understand what was going on. Okay, can I view my Linux OS source code? Linux OS source code? SysOS says, otherwise you get people that say hacking is like opening the source, or the browser inspector. I mean, if people don't understand the system they're looking at, and then suddenly they figure out that people can take a look at stuff like source code, they might think that this is hacking. And yeah, some people have. Okay, can I view my Linux OS source? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can find it on like... So for example, I'm using Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is the version of Linux I'm using. They've probably got a GitHub project. Or maybe they don't, I'm not completely sure. Kali Linux GitHub topics. Do they have the source code for it over here? I'm pretty sure, well, the other versions of Linux might have their source code available. Maybe Ubuntu? Okay, so we got Ubuntu over here. wait. No. This isn't the actual source code. Is it? Most of it have in their repo, as in the app repo. Linux source code GitHub. If I look this up, well, I mean, the Linux kernel is here from Linus Torvalds, the inventor of Linux. If you really wanted to, you could take a look at this. Anyways, let's continue. 4 minutes left. You know what? I think we can move on to the last topic. That's a fork of the kernel that works. I mean, I've never had to look it up before. I've never really, it's never really been something I've looked into before. Okay, let's stop this topic. We'll move on to topic number 3. So topic number 3 is, oh, HackerFrogs AfterSchool. Okay, so we're going to be talking about Python programming stuff. But before we do that, let's close up some of these windows that we're not using anymore. Okay, so let me grab my notes and then we can start. I'll put 60 minutes on the clock. It's a thing you can do. I don't recommend that lay people do it. It's kind of overwhelming. Okay. And Gareth Kerman, hello, nice to see you here. Oh, okay. This is the build that OffSec sources on their site. Thank you very much, Sick in the Mind. If you want to take a look, Sick in the Mind is given a link. I don't know if people in YouTube can see it. Can they? Oh, they can. Okay, that's great. Okay, so let me grab my notes. Session notes. I think this is session number 8. Okay, so if anybody wants to know what all the links that we're going to be taking a look at today for this session is over here. It's on GitLab. Okay, let's start into the topic. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Python Programming Basics, Part 8. This workshop is the 8th and final class. And we might be doing a couple more, but during our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. We learned about dictionaries. Dictionaries in Python are similar to other container objects such as lists, except that the data stored in dictionaries are pairs of keys and values as opposed to individual items. So in a dictionary, you'd find something like country capitals. So the key in this case would be the country, and then the capital city would be the second thing. So there's a key value, and there's a key and then a value. So the key is the first item, the second key is the value, the second thing is the value. So dictionaries are useful for recording different keys and value pairs that all pertain to one subject, or one common value across a number of subjects. So in this workshop, we're going to be talking about modules and packages. So one of the great things about Python is that you can import code that was previously written and then use their code. And that's known as importing modules and packages. So modules, what are they? So a module is a piece of software that serves a specific purpose. Modules typically contain a number of functions, classes, variables, and/or methods that can be imported into a Python namespace to make use of extended functionality. So what are these namespaces? So a namespace is a collection of defined symbolic names and their corresponding values. Every Python program exists within a namespace, and importing modules into a namespace adds objects from the module into the current namespace. So, how can modules enhance our Python programs? As an example, the Python random module contains a few different methods for generating random numbers or rearranging pre-existing data into random configurations. So here, inside of our Python code, we import the random module, we create a list of numbers, and then we run the random shuffle method on the number list, and then we get the number list in a different order. So we order it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we get a random order in the list now. So in order to use module functionality, the module must be imported into the namespace. This can be done in one of two ways. Hold on, let me change up my music on the stream and then we'll keep on going. Do redeem points work on YouTube? I'm pretty sure you can use your redeems from YouTube. Let me go ahead and try that out. Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay, so importing modules. So to use module functionality, the module must be imported into the namespace. This can be done in one of two ways, either by importing the whole module into the namespace, as shown above. So if you want to import a module, you can just use the keyword import and then the name of the module, or you can specify which methods or functions to import from a specific module, like the example shown here. So if we wanted to only import the shuffle function from the random module, we would do it like this: from random import shuffle. We should probably demonstrate this now. So we like to use this website, onlinepython.com. The Real Six Toes. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we got an online Python interpreter we can use over here. And the problem is that there are ads. Darn it, do you not want to close ad? That's fine. So why are we using this this online interpreter? We're using the online interpreter because everybody has access to this. And let's go ahead and write some code. So if we wanted to use the random module, for instance, we could write this: import random. So random is the name of the module. Then we could create our list, number list. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in our list. Looks like your ad blocker is on. You know, I don't have an ad blocker on this browser, but they say that there is one. That's strange. Okay, so what we can do here is we can start using the modules from the random list, from the random module. Sorry, we can use the functions. So random.shuffle. That's one module we can use. We can use it on number list, numList. Then we'll print off numList. And we should see that the order of the objects in the number list have been modified. Okay, so we get a random result, 1, 5, 2, 4, 6, 3. So this is only possible because we imported the module and we're able to use the code from the module. I mean, if we wanted to only import shuffle, we could also do that. So we would use another keyword, from random, import shuffle, and that only imports the shuffle function. And in that case, we wouldn't have to access it from like this. So normally we would have to do random.shuffle to access the function, but in this case, because we're not importing the entire module, we can just use the shuffle function. So shuffle number list, print number list, and we are able to use it again. So there are two things we can do. We can import the entire module, or we can import just the things we need from the module. It's usually better to import the specific function that you need from a module instead of importing the entire thing, because when you import the entire module, it really fills up the namespace in your code with everything from that module. And in some cases, it can really get in the way. We'll talk about this more in a bit. So now that when we import specific functions from a module, we can access those functions without specifying the module name, like we did in the first example. So in the first example, we did random.shuffle. But in this case, we just need to use the word shuffle as the function we're using. Second in Mind says, can be more memory intensive, especially if you plan on compiling using Py2 executable. Yeah. I mean, when you're dealing with your namespace, especially when you're dealing with larger code bases, you need to be very economical with what you decide to import into your namespace. Because if you're importing entire modules, well, first of all, you're putting in a lot more objects into your namespace than you need to. The other thing is that there might be like namespace collisions that could get in the way of that kind of stuff. It can also be the make or break for shellcode. I mean, I haven't dealt too much with shellcode, but yeah, I'll believe it. Okay, so we'll talk about a specific module, and the specific module we're going to be talking about is the Python socket module. The Python socket module can be used for connecting to and interacting with networking ports on remote servers. So I think we're going to be talking about the socket module as far as trying to get stuff done for CTF challenges, which is what we like to do in cybersecurity. And we'll also talk about the request module. The Python request module can be used to perform web requests and obtain data from websites. So these are pretty common modules you'll see in the cybersecurity CTF space. So the socket module and the request module. So we'll learn how to use the socket module to solve some CTF challenges. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to be using EchoCTF, because EchoCTF lets us use their environment to solve their challenges, and it's very convenient for us. So where can we practice Python with a VM that is kind of internet connected? That's where EchoCTF saves the day. So we're going to be using the EchoCTF environment to solve some of their challenges using Python. So let's go ahead and grab the link. So to do the challenges, you're going to need to have an account over at EchoCTF. So let me go ahead and get that. So the website we're talking about is picoctf.org. Let's go, I love Pico. Pico's a really good website for learning about all sorts of fun cybersecurity stuff. Okay, so you're going to need to have an account over at EchoCTF, but you can make one for free. Everything we use, most of the stuff that we use on this channel are things that we can access for free. So we need to log in. And then we need to access the EchoCTF web shell. So the web shell we can access after we've logged in over here. So there's a button called web shell, we can click on it. Advo says, what do you think about using Google login as login? I mean, whatever works for you is fine. Okay, so we've opened up the web shell, but the web shell is a bit small. What we really want to do is we want to put the web shell in its own browser tab so that we can use it nice and big. So we can click on this button over here beside the help button. It's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Is it less safe to use Google login? No, I wouldn't say that using Google login is less safe, unless your Google credentials are leaked out somehow. But in that case, I mean, nothing really helps you in that case. Anyways, all right. So let me get rid of some of the other stuff in here. Okay, now that we're logged in to our EchoCTF web shell, Pico doesn't like me right now. I mean, sometimes the EchoCTF server can be a bit slow. So let's take a look at our challenge here. What did you do? It failed login like 10 times. Were you using the right password? Okay, so we're going to be solving this challenge over here from EchoCTF. It's called GlitchCat. So it says our flag printing service has started glitching. Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So we can launch the instance, and then it'll give us some information. Okay, so we're given some information. We're given a netcat command. So netcat is a command we can use on Linux to access arbitrary ports on servers. But instead of using netcat, we're going to be using Python, because we're learning how to use Python modules. Okay, Ajax connection failure. They must be under duress. Do you mean they're being attacked right now? Okay, so this was... Let me take a look at my notes. Okay, so we're going to be using some Python scripts to solve the challenges in this case. So what's a netcat challenge link? We've got that over here. We're currently looking at this GitHub page, and we're going to be using this script over here. So while we go through the script, we'll talk about what the script is doing before we actually run the script. Okay, so from this page we got we got a big old Python script. Let me copy the entire script here, and then we'll go over to our Python web shell. Sorry. Not the Python web shell, the EchoCTF web shell. Okay, so in the EchoCTF web shell, after we've copied over the Python code, we're going to create a file called socketconnect.py. We're going to be editing it using the nano text editor. So after we start up the nano text editor, I'm going to have to go back and I'm going to have to copy that again. So if you want to copy the script directly, you can click in here, you can select all, and then copy it. What cannot be learned without university? What cannot be learned without university? Can you phrase that again? Are you asking what can be learned without university, or what can not be learned with university? Because you're using a double negative, and I can't... What can you learn at university, or what can you not learn at university? Can you rephrase that? Anyways, we've copied the code. We go back to the web shell, we'll paste in the code. And we're just going to talk about what's going on in the code. So it says here that this script connects to a specific server on a specific port, and records its response in a file. So the first thing we do is we import the socket module here at the top of the script. So we're going to define a few different variables here. So the server is going to take in user input, enter server domain, and then we're going to save a port integer of the input, enter networking port number, and we're going to define a file that we're going to save to. So the output file is going to be socket response.txt. Okay, so the Real 6 Toes asks, I think they're asking what can only be learned at university. What can only be learned at university? I mean, it used to be a lot. It used to be that university was where you do all of your advanced learning. But I think increasingly you can learn a lot more by just searching the internet. Of course, there are very, very specialized fields where the information is not going to be available very easily. So I would say that the stuff that can only be learned at university are very specialized topics, is what I'd like to say. Okay, how universities work on the inside, everything else, MasterCard, something, something, kinda, yeah. Not this. This is barely covered at a 300, 400 level course. Not this. This, when you're second in mind, when you refer to this, university does only one thing that you can get there: insurmountable debt. I mean, depends on which country you're going to university in. But there are some countries where university costs a lot of money, yeah. What can only be learned at university? Highly specialized knowledge. Highly specialized knowledge, I'd say that you'd probably get that at university. Okay, so we define our stuff over here at the top, and then we connect to the server. So connect to the server, it's a function that we're creating here that takes in a server report and an output file, which we defined up here. So we create a socket object. So typically, when we use the socket module, we have to create an object that is the socket. And in this case, we define the client socket, which is socket.socket, socket AFNet sockstream, and then we do something with the socket object. We try to connect to the server. So try connect to server, client socket.connect on the server and the port that we defined up there. We print out a little message, and then we open up a file that we're going to be writing to. That's going to be the response. Okay, Wild Radio says, my personal gripes are very apparent too. No worries, I also spent a lot of money going to university. So you're not alone. Second in Mind says, learned at university is making deliverables. School prepares you to be a working individual. It doesn't teach you specialized content until your master's and PhD. The ethical hacking course I had in my bachelor's was trash. You went to university for ethical hacking, or you did ethical hacking courses in university? Was that in first year? Was that a first year level course or a second year level course? Second in Mind says, I think programming is likely the better specialization. I mean, I've heard a lot of stories about cybersecurity. Well, specifically cybersecurity programs in university, and how it's not the best quality of education. Bachelor's for InfoSec. Interesting. Okay, so right here what we're doing is we're going to be writing out a file. We're going to receive the data from the server, and we're going to call this thing data. And when we stop receiving the data, we're going to break out of this loop. And after we break out of the loop, we're going to write the data into a file. Okay, and then we're going to print out the data so that we can see it when we run the script in UTF-8 format. So data successfully recorded in output file. If we receive errors, then we print those out. The last thing we do is we close the socket. We run the function that we defined over here, connect to server, on the server, the port, and the output file, and that's the entire script. Okay, we use Hack the Box Enterprise. Hack the Box Enterprise? Huh. I'm currently pursuing a bachelor's, and it's like security plus material at best. We use Hack the Box Enterprise. Interesting. What kind of program are you doing, Brouhaha? Is it a bachelor's? Is it a bachelor's program? Okay, so we got our script. The script will prompt us for all the information. We can save it out. And then we can run the script. So Python socket connect.py. It's going to ask us for some information. So enter server domain. Where did I put that? Over here. Okay, so the server domain is saturn.picoctf.net. So we're going to copy that and we're going to paste it into the web shell. And then enter networking port number. So we're also going to get that from the challenge as well. These things are going to be different every time. Okay, so it says connected to the domain or the server on the port number, and it gives us this message over here, PicoCTF. This is supposed to be the flag for the challenge. The script also saves the response into this file over here, socketresponse.txt. Bachelor's in Cyber Defense and Analysis. Cyber Defense and Analysis. Huh. So they're giving you like hack the box box challenges as part of the Cyber Defense and Analysis course. The Enterprise enrollment is going to give you access to all the paths in. Don't sleep on it. You've got access to the entire Hack the Box Academy, it sounds like. Do you have access to everything in Hack the Box Academy, Brouhaha? Let me know. Okay, so when we're given this response right over here, PicoCTF, this thing, what we can do is we can actually run this as a print statement, because these CHR functions, these convert what is it called? Hexadecimal. This converts hexadecimal or decimal into ASCII characters. So we can print out. We can run Python, and then just put a big print wrapper over all this. And then run it, and then we get the entire flag. So PicoCTF glitch me not. That converts the characters here, and that'll solve the challenge. Copy that. Oh, they assign modules. They assign modules to you, so not everything is unlocked. All learning paths are unlocked if you use Hack the Box Enterprise. Okay, not every course. They unlock content directly. Hexadecimal CHR changes code points, that is numbers, to characters. So there's an opposite one as well, I think, which converts the code points to, is it like ORD? ORD is the opposite operation. So it converts ASCII characters to numbers. Decimal numbers in this case. Yeah. Okay, that's what I meant, but I was in the Navy, so it's free. Oh, really? Oh, right. Because in the American Navy, they pay for your schooling, right? I wish everything was unlocked so I could work on CPTS. Well, do you lose access to that stuff after your course is over? or after your program is over, or is it? I guess it's not permanent. Although it'd be nice if it was permanent. Anyways, let's exit out of here. So that was making use of one of these modules. In this case, it was the socket module. I think there are a few more challenges that we can solve. We'll be taking a look at the at how else we use the modules while working through them. So the next one is we're going to be taking a look at the Inspect HTML challenge over here. Cyber Dante says, my GI Bill lasts for 15 years, if I remembered correctly. You can also get tuition assistance while you're still enlisted. I was in the Army. Cyber Dante, I didn't know that. But thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Platinum War Winner. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next challenge we're going to be doing is Inspect HTML. So can you get the flag? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So we can launch the challenge instance over here. And we're also going to be using a script to solve this challenge as well. So let me go over to... Where did I put that thing? Just a second, everybody. So, but once again, we're taking a look at our Markdown file on the GitHub. So the Inspect HTML challenge is down here. And where's that link? Request Python script. Okay. So web page fetch. You can find it over here. It's even, there's no expiration to the GI Bill. It's even transferable to your children. That sounds abusable. 15 years may be a limit if you start to use it. Oh, there's like a countdown after you start using it. Jar Sauce Minx. Okay, so what's the script we're going to be using here? So the script uses the Python request module to make a web request to a specific web page and writes its contents to a file on the host machine. So I mean, it's kind of similar to just using the curl command, but we're trying to use a Python script because we're learning about Python right now. We can copy the entire script over here. So select all, whoops, select all, and then copy it. And then we can go back to our web shell. So in the web shell, well, we don't need these two files anymore, so let's delete them. Okay. Okay, so Jar Sauce Bank says, I don't think there is, but if there's any time limit, it would be from the start to the finish of the use. It's not abusable since it's only for a certain number of credits. Oh, okay, there's a limit to the number of credits you can use with your GI Bill. Okay, but if you don't use it, I guess you can give it to your kids. It sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty flexible. Okay, let's make a file called webpagefetch.py, and we'll paste in the code. Okay, so what does this script do here? So this script uses the Python request module to make a web request to a specific web page and writes its contents to a file on the host machine. So the first thing we do is we import the request module here. So the request module in Python is used to do, well, web page stuff. You can get web pages, you can send additional parameters with your web request, and all that other good stuff. I mean, if you want to learn more about this module specifically, Python requests module, you probably want to take a look at the official documentation, and it's over here. One of the main reasons I joined Uncle Sam saved me. I mean, people join the military for all sorts of. Let's not get too political talking about whether or not country presidents are good people. Anyways, go back to the web shell. Jarsauce says this, if you give it to your kid, you can't use it for yourself. Jarsauce also says, I joined after I had a degree, so I'm just sitting on it. Oh, you're just sitting on the GI Bill. I mean, you might be able to go back later on in life, maybe. But, okay, so what are we doing in this script? So the first thing we do is we import the request module. That gives us access to all of the methods and functions inside of it. We define a URL, which will provide as user input, import the desired URL. So the output file that we're going to create is, well, we're going to name that as well. So what name do you want to give the output file? So these two things we're going to provide as user input. Henki, hello, nice to see you here. Good morning from UTC+7. What are you doing? We're just talking about using Python modules to solve some challenges over at EchoCTF. So I think the stuff we're looking at can be found over at these links over here. Okay, so let's take a look at the rest of the script before we save it out. Okay, so we've got a function over here called fetch webpage. Fetch webpage takes in two parameters, a URL and an output file. And these are two things that we defined up here. So try send the GET request to the desired URL. So the response is going to be requests.get URL. So this is going to be a GET request that we send to the specified URL. Raise an exception if the request was unsuccessful. If for some reason the request doesn't go through properly, we'll run this, raise for status. Okay, and the only other thing that we do is we write the content of the response to an output file. So with open output file in write mode in UTF-8 encoding as file, we do file.write response.text. So response.text is an attribute of the response over here for the GET request. We print out web page content successfully recorded in output file. If there's some sort of error that occurs while we run the script, we'll print that out. And the last thing that we do is we make a call to the function that we created, fetch web page, with the URL and the output file. So let's go ahead and save this out and then run the script. So we run the script with Python webpagefetch.py. It's going to ask for two things. The desired URL, which we can get from our challenge. Oh, I didn't get the challenge yet. No, it's over here. Okay, so inspect to HTML, there's a link, and we want to get this link and save it out to a file. So we will copy the link from inspect HTML, go to the web shell, and we're going to paste in the URL. They're going to the moon now. Who's going to the moon? Okay, and what name do you want to give the output file? So we'll call this inspect. Okay, inspect.txt. Okay, web page content successfully recorded in inspect.txt. So what we expect from this file over here is the contents of the web page that we downloaded or that we accessed using the script. Okay, and so this is exactly the code that we received from the GET request. Nerds in space? Simon Dante says, Artemis mission launched about 20 minutes ago. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Or unless, is that an April Fool's joke? Let us know. Okay, so inside of the web page, there's the flag. So normally what we would do is we would access this normally, but we wouldn't be able to see the comment over here. So we can copy the comment and we can submit this as the flag for the challenge. Okay, paste it in. Done. Okay, so what are we doing next? There's a few other challenges we can do with some Python scripts over here. Oh, there's the scavenger hunt challenge. Okay, so we can use the same script for this challenge as well, scavenger hunt. Let me get the link for everybody. That would be hilarious if NASA got us with the April Fools. It's like, April Fools, we didn't actually send a space mission. Okay, so it says in Scavenger Hunt here, there's some interesting information hidden around this website. Can you find it? Okay, additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. We'll launch the instance. Artemis 2 launched, not April Fools. Alright, so it gives us a specific website to access here. So we're going to be accessing it using the Python script. So we'll go back. This is called Scavenger Hunt, right? Okay. So our web shell here, we'll get rid of the inspect.h.txt file because we're done with it. So let's just delete it. And we'll run web page fetch again. Okay, input the desired URL, so we copied it. We'll paste it in. Okay, so what is the name you want to give the output file? Scavenger? Actually, wait. So this is the first page. So first page.txt. Okay, web page content successfully recorded in first page.txt. That and Claude on the first. What a wild time. So, what was the stuff that got leaked out from Claude? Okay, so what we got from the webpage was this. So just some boring HTML. I used these to make this site. Okay, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and they give us the first part of the flag inside of our comment over here. So we can copy the first part of the flag. We can stash it somewhere safe, like on the challenge page directly. Where is it? Here. Okay, so we can just paste it over here in the flag submission field, and then we can go and look for the rest of the source code. Some source code. Oh, some source code for Claude. Was it really sensitive stuff? Okay, so in the web shell, there were other links, right? Okay. So there was a myjs.js and mycss.css. So these are relative links. Okay, so we can copy these. Actually, I wrote another script to look for these things. Just a second, everybody. Haha, I guess we'll find out. I guess we will. Scavenger hunt link. Request Python script link. Python education links. Okay. That'll come at the end of today's class. So I think I wrote out a couple of other scripts that do some web page stuff as well. Hold on, everybody. So I think I put this in scripts for webpack and stuff. Okay, so I made a link that, I made a Python script that extracts links. So this script goes through a web page file and extracts any links from it and then prints out the names of the links. So we're just gonna copy this. Well, let me give you the link for the script. Segfaults, hello, nice to see you. What is up? So we'll copy this. Well, we'll select everything. We'll select everything. Then we'll copy it. what did I call the script? Extract links.py. Okay. Go back to the web shell. And we'll create a file called extract links.py. Paste in the script. Okay. So what does the script do? This script goes through a web page file and extracts any links from it, then prints out the names of the links. So we've got a bunch of different modules that we're using in this case. So from BS4, import beautiful soup, from URL parse, etc., etc. Okay. So we define a base URL. Please input the base URL of the website, and then we define a function over here called extract the links. So try reading the content of the HTML file with open this as file. We're going to read the file, and then we're going to look for HTML content using the beautiful soup module. So soup equals beautiful soup, content, HTML parser. Look for all the A tags to define some links, and then extract those links and join the base URL, and then print out the links. So let's go ahead and run, well, we'll save the script and then we'll run it. So Python extract links.py. Please input the base URL of the website. So the base URL of this website is this over here. HTTP Wiley Curlier PicoCTF.net. Okay, paste it in. Okay. Oh, we didn't give it. Okay. Usage Python extract links.py, path to HTML file. So the HTML file we got was firstpage.txt. So we can run this with firstpage, .txt, and then we can paste in the base URL of the website here. Extraction pun, is this the ultimate hacker pun? Soup is the new hip word for espresso? I'm running with it. Sure. Oh. Sorry, let's get the, let's get that URL. This is it, right? Okay, we paste it in. No links found in the file. Oh, my script didn't work. Oh, it's because it was looking for A tags. Yeah, there are no A tags here. There's only myCSS.css and myJS.js. Okay. So I guess what we can do is we can just manually insert these to download these as well. Hold on. We got 24 minutes remaining. That's a lot of time. Okay, so our base URL is this, and I think it was like myCSS.css. I mean, we could very easily just curl this down. But of course we want to use Python to do this using web page fetch. So we can just copy this and then run web page fetch. And what name do you want to give the output file? We'll call it myCSS.css, and then we can read it over here. Okay. So the thing we're looking for is our scavenger hunt. So CSS makes the page look nice, and yes, it also has part of the flag. Here's part 2. So we can grab part 2 of the flag, and then put it into our flag submission field. So we got part 2. There's one more part. So I think the last web page we're looking for in this challenge was called myjs.js. myjs.js. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, okay. Oh, you know what? This was a... I forgot that this was actually a more difficult challenge than I thought. But anyways, let's grab this so that we can use the web page fetch. Okay, so we'll run web page fetch and then paste in the URL. We'll call it myjs.js. Okay, and it actually doesn't give us a part of the flag. It gives us a hint. How can I keep Google from indexing my website? So this is a reference to the robots.txt file that we find in a lot of like beginner level CTF challenges for web app hacking. I'll explain very quickly. So if you go to any website, there might be a robots.txt file that tells the website, that tells any, what are they called? Search engine robots, what they can index and what they can't index on the website. So Google.com has a very large robots.txt file that tells search engine robots what it can and cannot index. So it will let people index HL equals. It does not let you index HL equals asterisk ampersand and all sorts of other great endpoints over here. Okay, hello there. Again, not watching Artemis 2. Oh, I don't think I can stream Artemis 2 on the live stream. But yeah, robots.txt is a website that we can use to prevent search engines from indexing your website. But in this case, we can access it over here. So copy this. We'll run web page fetch again, but we're just going to tack on robots.txt to the end of this. Robots.txt, we'll save it out. I'm new here. What is OSINT? Is it related to cybersecurity? So OSINT is using open source intelligence. Let me pull it up. What is OSINT? OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence. It basically means using publicly available resources to conduct research/gather information about a specific subject. So these open sources of intelligence, it could be using Google search, it could be library materials, it could be, what else could be considered OSINT? Phone books. Basically any public source of information to do some sort of research. It's recon, yeah. So it says open sewer injected trash. Oh wait, that's the name of what we use on the floor. But Shadow Stars, hello, nice to see you here. But there's a lot of, I mean, just from doing internet research, you can get a lot of information about all sorts of different topics. In our case, what we're going to be doing later today is we're going to use OSINT to search up information about a specific person to learn more about them. But yeah, that's probably going to be coming up in 2 hours. In about 2 hours or so. Actually, not 2 hours, in about like 1.5 hours or so. So if you come back, we're going to be doing our OSINT topic in like 70 minutes, 70 or 80 minutes. Okay, so we got robots.txt here. So we got part 3 of the flag. I think this is an Apache server. Can you access the next flag? I kind of forget how to do this challenge. So Apache server. So what's something that's specific to Apache web servers? Oh, we're talking about like htaccess. htaccess is a file that's specific to Apache servers. Hold on. I'm just going to paste in this next part of the flag. So we'll run our base URL, and then we'll just tack on .htaccess as the next thing we're going to download using web page fetch. htaccess shenanigans. Is there an underscore? I can't remember. Oh, we'll try downloading it using the script. Okay. Successfully recorded how... Oh, okay. No, there's no underscore. So let's see. So the next part is I love making websites on my Mac. I can store a lot of information there. So, I think the clue here is for DS store. It's not standardized except for the .ht part. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. Okay, so we'll paste in the next part of the flag here. And so the webpage is talking about websites for Mac. I think they're talking about the, what is it called? DS store file. So a .ds store file is a hidden Mac OS system file created by the Finder to store custom folder attributes. So DS store. So it's capital letters DS store. So I mean, you'd have to do some research to figure out what is going on. And let's go ahead and try downloading this with web page fetch, because, well, you know, we're trying to use our good old Python script. Okay, so this is the whole thing we're looking for here. They reveal file names. I've come across DS store in a couple of different CTF challenges. It's not something... I mean, if you're not a person who uses Mac, you wouldn't really encounter it very much. Okay, so DS store. Congratulations, you completed the scavenger hunt, part 5. So we got this last part of the flag. We can submit this. And I think that's it. Where'd I put that thing? Here. Okay. Submit flag. Yay, I've successfully completed the challenge. Thank you for thinking that. I'm not a Mac head. I mean, I actually have very little experience with Apple products. And Apple doesn't make it very easy for us to learn security about their products, which is kind of unfortunate. Anyways, let's wrap up our lesson. So let's review the programming concepts we learned about in this workshop. Modules and packages. So modules and packages are pre-written code that can be imported into Python files to add functionality. I think we might be doing one more session on Python programming. Let me take a look at what I've got in my course notes. Just a second, everybody. Programming. Do I have one more? I think I've got one more. This is the extra one. Okay, we got an extra session, and it's on. Hold on. Wait. I guess that's the last one. Okay. All right, everybody. So we're going to be moving on to another topic for HackerFrogs AfterSchool, starting in the next session. So the one after programming is web app exploitation. So we're going to be learning about how to do very basic web app exploitation stuff, or web application hacking. So that's going to be the next class. I guess I miss. I'm always learning something new whenever I'm here. So this is going to be a pretty fun class, I think, because a lot of people haven't done very much with web app hacking. Let me take a look at what we're learning in the first class. Just a second. We're going to be learning with over-the-wire NATS. We're going to be talking about some very basic stuff about web app hacking, and we're going to be talking about source code, lateral problem solving, directory indexing, HTTP requests. So some very basic stuff about how the internet works and how to access web pages. So, all right. So that's going to be the next class. All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and move on into the next topic. So let's see. Topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. And topic 5 is on deck. Let's set our time for 60 minutes. And we're going to be doing some stuff over at EchoCTF. So EchoCTF.red is, well, it's one of my many different cybersecurity education resources that I like to use. And if you make a free account over there, you can access their network. So the networks cover all sorts of topics. If you're interested in web app hacking, I would recommend their CTF Beginners Network over here. And I've got a YouTube playlist for it as well that I can leave in the chat. Just a second. EchoCTF CTF Beginners Network Challenges. Okay. So if you're interested in learning some web app basics, here's the playlist. But what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be taking a look at some challenges in the BR network that's actually related to web app hacking stuff as well. Okay, so I've done most of the targets in this network, and we were working through them with our good friend OreoByte. I haven't seen OreoByte in a while now. Has anybody here seen OreoByte? But let's go ahead and select a machine that we can use, or we can access. Oh, we did all of the easy machines. Haven't seen OreoByte, huh? But these are all, well, maybe we can try another network. How about the HackMex network? So there's a bunch of machines over here, and these machines were originally used for a Mexican CTF event. Let's go ahead and take a look. I only saw Oreos. But not the Oreo bite. No worries. So let's try an easier machine on this network. Those are the hard machines. Oh, I don't think I've done this one before. So this is a machine called Confuser. Okay. So what do we know about this machine? So it's an advanced machine, it's a readable machine, it's timed, and it says, do not believe anything the system has to say. I'm not sure if I don't think I've done this machine before. So we'll go ahead and start up private instance. Why do we need to start a private instance? Hold on. Is this a private machine? Spawn a private instance. Are you sure? You've requested to spawn a new instance of the target, but you don't have an active subscription. I guess we can't do this machine then. Okay. So there are certain machines on this platform that you can only use if you're a paid subscriber. And I guess that's the case here. Huh. Okay, let's choose another network. How about Offensive X? So we'll do the first machine on this network, Cashier. Oh no, I finished this one already. How about this one called Foot Patrol then? Huh, I only have the option to spawn a private instance. That's weird. The target is currently powered off. Connect to the VPN. Oh, I need to connect to the VPN first. Okay. So that's where I was getting confused. Alright, let's go ahead and connect to the VPN for this machine. So I keep all my VPN keys in the same directory. And I've got one for EchoCTF over here. Let's go ahead and connect. Okay, so we should be connected now. So I'll reload. Okay, now we can power up the target. Before we couldn't. Huh. So I guess we can go back to the previous machine we were looking at then, which was on HackMex CTF. Sorry for the confusion, everybody. What was the name of that machine we were looking at? Was it Confuser? Yeah, this one. But maybe we should take a look at an easier machine instead. Nah, we can do this. Okay, so do not believe anything the system has to say. Power up the target. Okay, so I haven't done any web app CTF stuff in a while, so it's an opportunity for me to go through this slowly and to hopefully let people know about the process. And Rushad, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're told that this is this IP address right here, so I'll just copy this. Typically, the first thing we do when we do one of these CTF box challenges is we do some port scanning. We can run nmap on the target. So let's talk about what the nmap command does. So the nmap command is going to scan the server. It's going to report back to us which ports are open on the remote server. And we're going to scan all the ports. We're going to get very verbose output. And we're going to scan for the version number and run common scripts on whatever services we find. So when we run this, we're going to see that there are 2 ports open. There's port 22 and there's port 80. Port 22 is associated with SSH, that is remote login, and port 80 is unencrypted web pages, HTTP versus HTTPS. So because we know that there's a web page for this particular machine, we can go over and look at it directly in our web browser. And what is this called? Standalone Responsive File Manager. File Manager apps are usually ripe targets for file upload attacks. And what is this? Open File Manager. We can take a look at this link. Okay, so these files are hosted on the server. So txt, is this a file we can download? So we can preview, we can rename, we can erase, we can delete, and we can download. So we'll try previewing it. Source.txt uploads folder. Wait, is this the content? The content of source.txt is uploads folder? Okay, we'll try downloading it then. So we'll download it, and then we'll copy it to our current directory. Should probably create a new directory for this challenge. We'll call it Confuser. And then we'll copy the file we just downloaded. Okay, and then we'll open it up. So uploads folder. So, can we upload things to this? Can we upload things to the file manager? What are our options? We have the source directory. We have our source file. We can reload. We can. What is this? Sorting. Responsive file manager. 995. So anytime we see a specific version of some software, we can search for potential exploits that have already been discovered. So we'll copy this, then we'll do a little bit of research. Okay, we didn't find anything. For this version, is there anything? There is something for this software. There's not something for the specific version 995. No, there is something for 995. So 995, responsive file manager 995 is, we've got remote code execution. So there's a Python script we can run. I mean, if this is the correct version, then we can just do remote code execution on the target, which would be, well, that would be pretty fun. Let's copy over the Python script. So let's see. So this is the number here. Copy this, and then we're going to copy the script to our current directory. Let's take a look at the script. Okay, Responsive File Manager 9.9.5 Remote Code Execution, RCE. This is from 2023, so it's not super old. So what does the script do? Imports sys, imports requests, imports beautiful soup, and then some terminal color stuff. This is for Python 3, that's good, because we're using Python 3. Print the banner. Of course, we need a function to print our banner, because that's the most important part. Okay, usage instructions, functions that validates the number of arguments. The application must have 2 arguments, the name of the script and the target site, which can be a domain or IP address. Okay. So we got run command. So run command, function that interacts with the web shell to run a command, cleans the response of the web shell, returns the response object in the output of the command. SysOS says you cannot hack without ASCII art or banners. This is well known, of course. Okay, so web shell response, web session.get. Okay, command to run, headers, beautiful soup, HTML parser to clean up the response, return web shell response command output soup.find pretext. If name equals main, banner, run the banner function, run the usage instructions function. Change this with the domain of the IP address to attack. Okay, so we need to supply this in the arguments for the script. URL to create a new file, change this to customize the payload. You ought to get a PHP session ID value. Okay, so this is a PHP application that we're attacking. And the script is assuming that there's a file manager directory that we can find this file in, dialog.php. But on some CTF challenges, you can enumerate the credentials or other information on the banner. Yeah, I mean, we'll give this a try. If this doesn't work, we can do some other enumeration on the target as well. Okay, so it looks like the base URL for this particular file manager is plugins file manager. So we need to modify the script a little bit. Unless the directory plugins is referenced in here. I don't think it is. No. So we need to modify the script. So the cookie URL is going to be plugins/file manager. And then anywhere else we see reference to directories, we need to change that as well. So there's also the source directory that's referenced here. We need to check to see if this directory exists. Or add it to the hosts. Yeah, we can do that as well. Okay, let's check. So is there a plugin sources directory? That's not found. Oh, it's not sources, it's source. Okay. Okay, so the source directory exists, so we need to modify this as well. It's in the plugins directory. Yeah. So is there anything else in here that we need to change as far as file paths are concerned? Don't think there is. So I think we can save the script and then start running it. Oh, no. URL to create the new file, we need to modify this one as well. Here. So it's going to be hosts/plugins/file manager. So the reason we need to change this is because if you don't use the correct file path, then everything falls apart. Okay, now we can run the script with the domain. I think in this case we only need to supply the IP address. Okay, so it works. So attempting to create a web shell on this IP address, web shell uploaded enjoy, web shell available here, running whoami command www-data. Do you want to enter into the interactive mode within the web shell? Sure, why not? Okay, so we can do whoami, we can do lsla. We've got our shell.php file that we just uploaded using the exploit script. And I guess we can get ourselves a much nicer connection over at our remote access tab. So what I prefer to do on these machines is I prefer to upload a reverse shell binary, and then I can create that using the msf venom command. So msf venom is a very fun little tool that we can use to create all sorts of hacking utilities, such as reverse shell binaries. In this case, we need to use the correct IP address. This is the IP address for our attacker system on this particular interface. So we create a binary that'll create a connection back to our attacker machine when it's executed, called rev.elf. We're going to upload this and we're going to execute it from our remote access over here. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a listener to catch the incoming connection from the rev.elf binary after we upload it. So we do that. And where did I do this from? Was it research? Yeah. So I was running the web shell from research over here. Shin BDR, morning Mr. Hat, how's it going? So we're just doing some easy web app hacking challenges over here. And yeah, we're having a lot of fun. So, hey, Shin BDR, what is up? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're having a good time. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to upload the rev.elf file to the web server in the form of a wget command. So we're going to host a temporary web server over here. We've got a rev.elf binary that we want to upload over here. We're going to use Python. It's called http.server. We're going to serve whatever's in this directory. And then we're going to have the vulnerable web server download our file. Sheen Beater says, I got paid for two bounties this week and I'm trying to get the momentum going. Awesome, ShinBDR. Yeah. What kind of vulnerabilities did you submit? Dutch Lena, hello, nice to see you here. Larvine, happy to see you still grinding. Larvine. Have we spoken before, Larvine? Just taking a small break and I saw you. Hey, it's like super early in the morning, right? But yeah, Cyber Dante is also a bug bounty hunter. Maybe you guys, have you guys talked on Discord? Okay, so we're serving our directory here so we can download using using wget. Where'd I put that thing? Okay, so let's run the command from the web shell. Okay, so we downloaded rev.elf, we just need to make it executable. We'll give it all permissions, and then we'll run it. Okay, so we should have gotten a connection. Yeah, okay. Who am I? We're www.data. Let's stabilize our shell a little bit using Python. So there's Python here, run Python, command import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. Okay, so super friendly guy and responded to my messages. Awesome, awesome. We met last year. Oh, really? Really? I didn't, but nice to see you again. Anyways, let's call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got into the server. Just a second, everybody. Gotta call that guy up.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Confuser Administrator, it seems like you enjoy deploying file manager apps that are vulnerable. That is a big mistake. We found the version of your file manager app, and we found that it was vulnerable to a known exploit, which we used to upload a web shell, which we turned into direct shell access. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, everybody, we've got a ad running on Twitch right now. I really haven't taken enough water breaks, so what we're going to do is we're going to put on the birds. Well, not the birds. How about this happy squirrel? We'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of water. But enjoy the squirrel and enjoy the music. Okay, so we've got a lot of birds in the backyard, of course. We've got a lot of squirrels as well, because squirrels and birds all eat kind of the same stuff. We'll get back to the hacking stuff now. A squid? Squid. Is that, I mean, I don't know if we've got a squirrel emote. Is there a squirrel emote on Twitch? I'm not too sure. I know there's like a raccoon one. Hold on, let me see if I can find what the raccoon one is. Is that like Rack Attack? Yeah, on emote it's called Rack Attack. RACCATTAK, like this. Nope. Is it... Hold on. Is it this one? Yeah, there it is, there it is. That's a raccoon, but not a squirrel. Anyways, we should find some more funny animal emotes. Alright, so we're in the web server now. We managed to get initial access. That's a trash bandit, true. Okay, so we're on the server. How much time do we have left? I know that these instances are timed. So there's 39 minutes. There are 4 flags, 2 system, an environment, and root. let's take a look at the home directory. So there's an ETSCTF user. We're doing OSINT as well. I'll stick around for that. Yeah, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be doing our OSINT stuff in about 30 minutes. Export. So ETSCTF, I think you typically find like a flag inside this user's directory. Okay, so, oh, there's no flag in here. Interesting. But there's an SSH directory. I mean, there's a readable SSH directory, which means we should probably look inside and see if there's any SSH private keys in here. So there's authorized keys. Whose keys are authorized? Check the environment with export. So there are no authorized keys in here. Are there any other? There shouldn't be any other users. Etc. Password usually has all of the users on the system. So there's root. There's an SQL server maybe. Oh, is this the flag? This might be the flag. Hold on, let's try submitting this flag. That was a flag, okay, great. And we've got more time. Well, I mean, we don't really need it, but... Okay, so we discovered one flag. There might be a flag in the web root. Let's take a look. Like var www, HTML, index.php, and plugins. Okay, so that's the root for the web application. And sudo l. Ah, okay. So there's a sudo program. Well, there's a program that we can run with sudo. User local bin confuser. User local bin confuser. I mean, this is probably not going to be a well-known binary. Let's find out what this thing is. So it's owned by root. We can run it as sudo. It's got an SUID bit set. Is it even a binary? Yeah. Is it a binary? I mean, we can find out. File not, okay, there's no file command on here. I mean, this is probably a binary. Do we have strings? We do have strings, so we can run strings on it. Okay, so this is definitely a binary. So it does set UID printf, get set EGID system. Okay, so this runs commands. I mean, that's what I think it does. Let's change up my music and then we'll keep on going. Okay, so we also see some other strings, commands executed successfully, and bin ls and get pcaps. Command executed, command execution failed or returned non-zero. Command executed successfully. I mean, we can go ahead and run this thing. We can run this. I mean, this is a classic CTF scenario where www data, this user can run sudo commands. This is usually not the case. So let's run it. what did this do? So I think it runs the ls command, because we saw the strings. So it runs the ls command as the root, because we're running sudo. So what's the string we saw? /bin ls alr and get pcaps. So it runs the ls command as root with the alr flags or parameters, and then get pcaps. I'm not too sure what get pcaps does. PPXG, hello, nice to you. PPXPG, hello. What's good? How's your day going so far? It's going okay, thank you. So, I mean, if you don't know what a command does, you can use a website like, what is it called? explainshell.com. Snollygoster, hello, nice to see you. Get pcaps, path hijacking, likely. Okay, so we'll paste it in here. Explain. So we want to know about this part. Get pcaps. What is the get pcaps command? So, I mean, I don't think I've seen this one before. Get pcaps command is a Linux command line utility used to display the capabilities assigned to one or more running processes. Okay? Fact Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? It is part of the libcap2 bin and libcap-progs package. Helps system administrators debug or audit what special privileges a process currently possesses. So process introspection allows you to see the effective, permitted, and inheritable capabilities set of a specific process. The basic syntax is to follow the command. What? Follow the command with the process ID, so the PID. So you usually run this command with a specific process ID, but let's take a look at the output. So this command displays the capabilities on the queried processes. The capabilities are displayed in the cap from text3 format. So typically we give a process ID with this command. So do we give parameters along with our sudo command? So we run this command and give what processes are running? What process IDs are we interested in getting capabilities for? When you do sudo l, if in the environment gets reset, or what the default paths are, you can likely hijack get pcaps to be something else. You can likely hijack get pcaps to be something else. Notice that bin ls is a full path. Oh, you're right, Snollygoster. Yeah, so, Okay, so inside of the binary, the ls command had a very specific. It had what is it called? An absolute file path, but the get pcaps utility did not have an absolute file path. So maybe we can create like a bash binary or something, or we can create a binary that gives us more remote access. So let's see. So our plugins directory is over here. Where did we put? I think our reverse shell binary is in here. So rev.elf, we could probably rename this to. We could rename to get pcaps, and then add it to our path. So move rev.elf to get pcaps. Can you set it to 0? Can you set which one to 0? Do sudo L again to see if the environment gets reset. Echo path to see what the default is set to. Sudo L. Okay, so matching defaults for confuser. env's reset. Mail bad pass. Secure path. Oh. Secure path. So I mean, if secure path is being used, we really can't do like path hijacking, can we? What is the ID? The ID of... Which ID are you talking about, Wild Radio? So I guess we can't do path hijacking. Or can we? Well, we'll try asking our good friend the AI. Okay, good friend AI. I've got a question for you. We are doing a CTF challenge where we have the following sudo command available to us. The binary runs bin ls and get pcaps. We were wondering if we could do path hijacking with the get pcaps binary. Okay, you'd need to... You were talking about the PID, I wanted to... Oh, okay. Snollygus just says, I have to see if any of those directories are writable by www data. It's pretty dumb, but I had a recent hack the box with a writable bash binary. Writable bash binary? Let's see. Cap set UID plus EP extremely dangerous. Allows the binary to be set its UID to 0 root, effectively giving you... okay. So based on the pseudo configuration, you cannot do traditional path hijacking because env reset is set, which resets the path environment variable to the secure path. However, there's still a potential attack vector depending on how the user local bin confuser is implemented. So key fact from your sudo L output, env reset is enabled. So this resets path to secure path, which means we can't do path manipulation. Okay, so secure path is the fixed path for sudo commands. So yeah, I mean, we would have to check to see if we can write to any of these directories. Okay, full absolute file path specified here. Okay, let's check. Let's check these directories. I mean, it would be really weird if we could write to any of these directories, but like Snollygoster said, sometimes they're writable. So there's the bin directory. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just for a second, I'm going to make another terminal. And I'm going to stash this in while I'm looking. Okay. I mean, www data shouldn't be able to run any sudo command, that's true. So lsla bin. Okay, so this directory is not writable. This directory isn't writable. We'll check the other ones. sbin. Also not writable. We'll check user bin. Not writable. User sbin. Not writable. User local bin. Nope, can't write to that one either. And user local sbin. Nope, can't write to any of these. Yeah, I mean, this is a very CTF box. So, I mean, what else could we do with the confuser binary? I don't think we need this anymore. Let's get rid of it. So env reset means that we can't do our traditional path hijacking attack. The other thing about local bin confuser, can we can run strings on it. Can we read it? Okay, we can read it. I mean, if we can read it, we can transfer it over to our own box for more. Devin Nam, hello. Is this a CTF? Yes. Yes, it is a CTF. It's this CTF over here. What is it called? EchoCTF is the name of the box. Sorry, the name of the platform. Okay, so we can cat this out, and then we can base64 encode it. We can make our own version of this. We can transfer it over to our own box for examination. Let me go ahead and copy this. So this is a little trick that I like to use every once in a while. To do file transfers. So we'll go back to our own box here. Get out of here. Nano confuser. No. Base64. Text. Okay, we'll cat it out, and then we'll convert it back into its original form. And we'll call that confuser.bin. And after that, we've got our own version of the confuser binary. Trans USDT, do you use Kali on a VM inside of Windows? Yeah, I'm using Kali on a VM inside of Windows right now. Okay, so this is a 64-bit LSB Pi executable. Okay, and I mean, we could probably take a look at this using Radare 2. Oh, it's not executable right now. I need to make it executable. And then examine it. Okay, and then we'll take a look at the main function. Yeah, Windows 11 does use a lot of RAM. That's true. So it runs bin ls and get pcaps. It runs bin ls and then it gets. I wonder if we can the get pcaps binary itself. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so this is an sbin get pcaps. Let's take a look at the file permissions for this. So this is a I mean, we can't write to this. Route Radius says I play along with my Pi 400, so it's user-friendly so far. Okay. And what about the ls command? So it's bin ls. All right. So set EUID, set EGID. So this is where it sets itself as root. And then it runs the command bin ls, all this stuff, and then get pcaps. Bin ls ALR. So what is the R? What is the capital R? Might be a solid distraction then, unless you can run it with some arguments. So what is ls-capital R? Capital R is recursive. List subdirectories recursively. List subdirectories. Oh, you know what we could do? We could look at everything, every file. We could see every file in the file system. If we go up to the what is it called? Top level directory. Let's do that. So we'll move into here. And then we'll run Confuser. It'll, well, sudo Confuser. And this gets us everything. So there might be something there might be something juicy in this output. We probably want to output this to a file somewhere. We could actually see what's in the root directory then, right? Okay, so we'll run this and then we'll output this to temp. We'll call it all file, well, all ls.txt or something. Okay. Yeah, so we created it. We just need to move it onto our... Well, we don't really need to move it onto our own system. We can start looking around in this thing. So let's cat it out. Look for root. Oh, everything has root. Okay, let's look for /root, so the directory root. Okay, so there's an Ansible directory, there's a Ansible temp directory. There's an Ansible directory. Can we do anything with that? There's an Ansible temp directory. I don't know if we can do anything with that. Can't really do much unless they named a file with a password or something. I mean, I wonder if that's password? Passwords.yaml. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. We'll put on the birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but in the meantime, check out these birds. I'm gonna have a little water break, but enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. Soligoster says you'd have to check under the root directory, so use vim and less and just search for /root. And you can see where it's under. I mean, grepping for... I mean, the other thing we could do is we could use grep with the C... I mean, we could do like C10. This also gives us some... So /root, it has... Oh, there's a flag. Is this how we're supposed to get the flag? Is this... I mean, is this one of these non-rootable machines? Hold on. Hold on. Let me check this... Advanced rootable. So this one is rootable. I mean, we read the flag. But the other big message here is do not believe anything the system has to say. It tries to confuse you. Let's try submitting the root flag here. Okay, the root flag does work. So how many more flags do we have? So we submitted 2 flags already. There's an environment flag and there's a root flag. There are 2 system flags. So the second system flag is... The other environment flag is probably in like the in the shadow file. So there's an Ansible, there's a bash RC. The other, I mean, Snollygoster had a good suggestion talking about looking for... No, Henke. Henke said that we should probably look for writable. We should probably look for publicly writable. But, I mean, what's the easy way to grep for that, though? That's a flag. Yeah. We found a flag. Yeah. So Apache 2 is under the run directory here. Lock. Root Ansible temp. Root Ansible. So local bin confuser does run the... What was it called again? Get pcap something? Get pcaps. So it runs get pcaps. The problem is we can't really give any arguments to get pcaps. Unless... Okay, so we'll run this. And we'll give an argument at the end, on a parameter on the end. I should have gone into another directory before I did this. Okay, command execution failed or returned non-zero. So it wasn't able to run the get pcap command. So let me move into the temp directory first before I do it again. Yeah, command execution failed or returned non-zero. Let's try running it just like this. So get pcaps PID. So this did run. Why not use the dev shm? I mean, we could use either. I think we might have to put a pin in this because we have to do our last thing. Dev null for capability already. Dev null. Displays capabilities for the queried processes. So usually you run get pcaps on the PID. Let's run this on our... I'm going to give this a little bit more time. Let's give ourselves 15 more minutes. If we can't solve it within 15 minutes, we'll move on to the next exercise. I would like to resolve this before moving on, so we'll give ourselves a little bit of time. Okay, so which get pcaps? I mean, it's here. Okay, so get pcaps, we can run it on any of our process IDs. For to run it on like an arbitrary one. Yeah. So it gives us the PID number, and then it would give us the capabilities. I wonder what this 256 is. Command execution failed to return non-zero, so it returned 256. The other thing we could figure out is if there's anything else that this binary is doing, because we can. Yeah, another thing I'm wondering is whether or not there are other functions in the binary that we're not seeing. You see the exit code that way. 256 is the exit code. Can you run get pcaps and then echo $? So there's an entry system printf set GID set UID and then this other stuff. There's the main function. This is pretty normal. Get pcaps echo. Yeah, I don't think we can add anything onto this though. We'd pipe it into something. Something bothers me about this, because the challenge description says, do not believe anything the system has to say, it tries to confuse you. It tries to confuse you. It's probably a reference to the confuser binary here. This is a pretty big file. So we're able to get the entire file system here. There actually might be something hiding in all of the file system contents over here. The problem is it's going to be kind of tedious to look through. Ibo says, I'm a CS student and it's my last year in university. What's your advice to dive into cybersecurity? So when you say CS, do you mean cybersecurity or do you mean computer science? Because CS is kind of vague, because CS can mean either computer science or cybersecurity. And if you're talking about cybersecurity, computer science, okay, thank you for clarifying that. So you want to do your computer science right now, it's your last year in university, you want to do cybersecurity stuff. I mean, the first thing you need to figure out is what kind of cybersecurity you want to do. I've got a website over here you can take a look at, because there's a lot of different aspects of cybersecurity. There are people who do digital forensics, there are people who do incident response, there are people who do malware analysis, there are people who do network security testing or web app security testing. The first thing you want to do is you want to figure out what kind of role you want to aim for. That'll really narrow down how to get into cybersecurity. I want to move this. Well, can we nano? There's no nano. Is there Vi or Vim? Which Vi? There is Vi. Is there Vim? There's no Vim, but there is Vi. Okay, so we can Vi into this. Vi. Oh. Okay, we can't really use the text editor because we don't have a real shell. Maybe we can move this to our own machine. Actually, I wouldn't want to move this. How can we move this file? We could probably transfer this by using the Python method. So Python, which version of Python though? Python -- version. Python 2. That's funny. Okay, so we can Python. What is the name of the module in Python 2? Actually, there might be Python 3 on here as well. Python 3? There is Python 3. Okay, so Python 3 module http.server, and we'll serve this on port 8888. Okay, so we can access this on this machine's port 8888. There we go. Okay, so we can just copy everything. Oh, it doesn't like that. Okay, copy it, and then we can create our own file over here. Okay, been following this channel since August, and it's starting to make sense. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Okay, so we'll call this, let's move into the directory first, Confuser. We'll paste it in. It's stuttering a bit. I never thought I'd be able to learn this stuff. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, what are you aiming for? So Python Wild Radio says, let's see, PID of Python, Python 3 import OS. Can we run get pcaps on Python 3? I'm not too sure if that's gonna work in this scenario. Okay, I mean, we've got our file here. We can look through it at our leisure to find something. Entry point.sh, bin directory, boot directory, dev directory, more dev directory, center directory. It's what my AI, the AI friend, of course. So, Apache 2. Ibo says, for my place, I can only do remote jobs or bug bounty because there aren't enough job applications. Can you consider bug bounty as a job? And how much time would it take to get my first reward? I mean, I don't recommend people do bug bounty as their first cybersecurity job. If you want to get into bug bounty eventually, I'd recommend to people who want to get into bug bounty eventually to do web app hacking first. So take a look at the education links over here and look into the links that have to do with web app hacking. After you've got a good grasp on web app hacking, then you can start thinking about bug bounty. But what I would recommend is to get your first job in cybersecurity in web app security testing. If that's if you want to aim for bug bounty eventually. Okay, I might have to put a pin in this because we need to move on to our final topic, which is our OSINT topic. So let me go ahead and stop. And I'll shut down the machine. Actually, I don't need to shut down the machine. We can just move on to the next topic. Okay, I'm interested in getting a desk job and making over $20 an hour while also learning about making my own systems more secure. Thank you very much for subscribing, Zoe Bowden on YouTube. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to the last topic. We might come back to this if we solve our OSINT topic quickly. But we're going to be doing this room from TryHackMe. So this is called Missing Person, and we're going to be using our OSINT skills to find a missing person. So let me go ahead and switch over to the topic, then we can start. So this is topic number 5. And how many minutes are we going to assign for this? Let's do 120 minutes. We might not have to take that much time, but, well, we'll see how much time it takes. Okay, let's start. I also want to build computers for homeless people. Build for computers for homeless people. I mean, that sounds like a pretty noble goal. First, did they want to find? They wanted to be found. Do they want to be found? I mean, this is a CTF exercise, so they probably want to be found. Okay, so once again, this is the link. What's on your opinion on Tyler's video about THM? So I mean, the thing about TryHackMe is that certain content creators have said that TryHackMe is not using user data properly. They're using it to train AI stuff to eventually replace security testers. The problem is that good free resources for cybersecurity education are very hard to come across or to come by, and TryHackMe is a very good source of training materials across a lot of different disciplines and a lot of different topics, a lot of which you really can't find in any other place. So it's really hard to replace TryHackMe as a resource. I mean, you can avoid giving TryHackMe money if you think that TryHackMe is an unethical platform. I'm not going to stop using TryHackMe because it is very, very good for what it is. Okay, so we got task 1. So my friend went on holiday in 2025 and shared some photos, but I haven't heard from him since. Can you help me track him down for the police report? Download the zip attached to this task and then start your investigation. Okay, so we can download the task files and then get started. So where are we going to work inside of? So let's just call this, tab our OSINT tab. FL Dream says, if THM wants to use my data to train their AIs, that's fine. I learned a crap ton. If they try to take my job, I guess I'll forever be on the red team. I mean, it's tough. If we stopped using every company services that are unethical and have proven to be bad companies, let's go through the list. So big companies that are evil: Microsoft, Amazon, Google, I don't think anybody is boycotting every one of these companies' products. Because you can't. If we add TryHackMe to that list, don't forget Twitter. Okay, x/Twitter. Just write corpos. Every big company is evil. Every big company is evil. And we're not boycotting their we're not in a position to boycott their products. I mean, some people are like, yes, Windows is bad. I'm gonna stop using Windows. I'm gonna not support Microsoft anymore. But what about Google? Can you cut everything that's Google out of your life? Can you stop using YouTube? Can you stop using Gmail? Can you stop using G Drive? I mean, you can probably stop using TryHackMe, but we're hypocrites because we use all these other big company, big evil companies' products and services. That's why open source is amazing. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can stop using all of these, big evil companies' products. It's just that it's not practical. Okay, let's create a directory for this challenge. We'll just call it missing. And then we'll download the task file. Where'd the thing go? Where did my... Hold on. What's your favorite distro for hacking? I mean, I'm using Kali Linux right now. I'm not very sophisticated. Okay, here we go. Huh. Why does this... Hold on. Why did this go full screen? That's weird. New window. Oh, you know what? I think I can close this window. So this one we can close? Quit. Okay. Alright, let's download that thing. Okay, so this file is called osint.zip, sure. So let's move it from the downloads directory. Okay, so we got our zip file here with all of our OSINT stuff we're supposed to investigate. So let's unzip the file. So we got two JPEGs. So MotoGP.jpg and we got food.jpg. So, I mean, this is guided, so we can probably just... What is the commercial name of the circuit? Commercial name of the circuit. So we're talking about the Moto, right? MotoGP. So let's open it up. Actually, we don't necessarily... We can just upload this. We can upload this to Google. So search by image, upload a file, and this is MotoGP. Okay, so Pertamina? So we're looking for the name of the track. This image shows a motorcycle on the track at the Pertamina Mandalika International Street Circuit in Indonesia. So, is this the answer? Pertamina Mandalika? Okay, we'll try submitting this as the answer. Okay. Okay, that was the correct one. When did the event take place? When did the event take place? So this was, what are we looking at? Circuit details, sponsorship. When did the event take place? I mean, we're probably looking at the EXIF data for this. So MotoJP. Let's copy. So we can use EXIF tool on this file. And we've got file access modification time. Time date original, so this is 2025. We got a timestamp. Creation date, so 2025 10/5, so I'm guessing this is like October 5th. What are they looking for in the answer? So day. What do they mean by DD-DD/MM? So, you know, Y means year, M means month. Why do they need two of these dates? Date range? I mean, what do they ask for? They're asking for... Oh, okay. They're looking for... Yeah, they're looking for multiple dates. Friday to Sunday, or maybe the 5th to the 10th, or whatever. Okay, so let's search for something that happened around the time that's found in the... Okay, so we'll just get rid of this. So Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. This was 2025 and October. So something in October. If 10 stands for October. October event. Okay, the Pertamina Grand Prix of Indonesia is scheduled to take place at Pertamina Mandalika October 3rd to 5th. 3rd to 5th. So 03 to 05. Is that the answer? Let's try plugging it in. So 0305/10/2025. Okay, that worked. Great. Wild Radio, thank you for the suggestion. So we found out when the event takes place. He told me he ate some delicious Mexican food. What is the name of the restaurant? What is the name of the restaurant? I mean, we can go back to Google search, Google image search for this. Upload a file. We got our food. Together we can do anything. So will Google image search be able to identify which restaurant this is? This image shows the Cantina Mexicana Kuta Lombok, a Mexican restaurant in Indonesia. Okay, let's try plugging this in as the answer. Cantina, maybe we're only looking for Cantina Mexicana. Okay, that was the right answer, great. We're HackerFrogs. That's my country. I mean, have you been to this city before? Kuta, or Is the province name Lombok or is the city name Lombok? Lombok is the name of the province, right? And Kuta is the name of the city? But I don't know very much about Indonesia. Anyways, we'll go back. Lombok is an island. Oh, okay. So Kuta is the name of the city, and Lombok is the name of the island. All right. So what time was the photo taken? I mean, what time was the photo taken? We could just get that from EXIF tool. So EXIF tool on food.jpg. Let me just copy that. It's a wonderful place near Bali. Oh, really? I mean, I've been to Bali before. I was there for maybe like 5 days one time. It was a very Bali was really nice. Okay. Perhaps a date range. I mean, they're just looking for whatever's in the EXIF tool or in the EXIF information. So he sent me a message. This is the last time I heard from him. Went to this cool MotoGP after party and became friends with one of the local DJs that played that night. We're going to visit a cave tomorrow. Okay. Local DJs that played that night. So are we looking for... Man, what are we looking for in this case? So let's just look up like MotoGP after party. In Perdamika Mandalika. Mina Mandalika, and then we'll look up the MotoGP after party. I don't know if we'll find anything there. Show the flyers. Flyers. After race party. Okay, this is in Indonesian. We probably need to translate this. Okay, so Mandalika Beach Club, After Race Party Volume 3. So they're looking for the name of the bar. Instagram photos, maybe. Okay. So what is the address of the bar's location? So the bar, we need to figure out which bar it's at. Mandalika Beach Club. Mandalika Beach Club. Maybe we can look that up using like Google Maps. What is another application? I'm gonna look this up in another tab off screen, because sometimes Google Maps leaks your location. Okay, so I managed to get this information over here. This address. So we'll try plugging in this address and we'll see if it's correct. Nope, that's not the correct answer. Maybe we're... What kind of format are they looking for? So they want something with 3 characters at the end. They want something with two characters at the front. let's go to the website. So the club actually has a website. It's like mandalikabeachclub.com. Google even bypasses VPN unless you configure the settings on your products. Shady business. Huh, mandalikabeachclub.com doesn't exist. Maybe we can search for it. Let me try searching for it in another tab. Oh, it doesn't exist anymore. After race party MotoGP Mandalika 2025. There's an Instagram page. Let me take a look at the Instagram page. Let's do the AI mode, of course. Full address of the bar. Full address. Okay, let's make this a little bit smaller. So this is 2026, but we're looking for the one from 2025. Typically high energy events. For the most recent event in October 2025, several major celebrations took place. Mandalika Beach Club after race party, and a large-scale people's party. So there were several parties. Hey, what's this? We're trying to do some OSINT. So we're trying to do some research to find out about specific events and specific people. We're trying to find a quote-unquote missing person, and this is the exercise we're doing over here. We can translate. We could. Let's take the hint. So there's a hint over here. As per Google Maps. Oh, okay. So we need to get the exact address for the bar from Google Maps. Latitude and longitude? Oh, are we looking for latitude and longitude? Dang, that's that's pretty specific. Okay, what's going on? Why are we doing this? Well, we want to learn about OSINT. We want to learn how to find information. We were given some photos, and we're trying to find information about this to finish our exercises. What is the format for an Indonesian address? I think what they're looking for is they're looking for GPS coordinates. But how do we find the GPS coordinates from Google Maps? I mean, we could search it up. Find Google Maps GPS coordinates. Okay, to find the GPS coordinates in Google Maps, right-click on any spot on the desktop browser, then select the coordinates from the top of the pop-up menu. The top of the pop-up menu. Open Google Maps, right-click the specific spot or address, a menu will appear. I don't see it. I mean, I guess we could We could plug in street address from the Wayback Machine. Street address to GPS coordinates. There might be an application we can use. Get latitude and longitude. From address, convert address to coordinates. Okay. So we can type in the address and then find it. Okay, I mean, we found the latitude and longitude. Okay, you click on the address on the map and then right click. On the map and then right click. Just a second. I'm doing this off screen. Right click on it. Oh, I see the coordinates. But I don't think... Yeah, and it is these coordinates right here. But I don't think this is what we want to submit. Okay, let's go back. So it's something dot. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it might be. So it's like... this over here. This number. This really long number. No. The full address of the bar's location. This is kind of frustrating. I don't know what format they want. Do they want this and then they want the rest of the address? No, that's not what they want either. You know what we could do? We could find out the DJ stage name first, and then we can check. And that'll confirm the bar's location. So if we go back, and we find out about the DJs, Panda something something, right? Okay, we got DJ Panda, DJ something something, and some other guys. They're the headliners. And we're taking a look at the AI mode. Okay, so I guess we can ask the AI some questions. Where was the after party held for the 2025 event? And what is the full address of the bar where the party was held? Okay, and then we'll see what it responds. So 2 primary after parties were held. So 2 primary after parties. So the official after race party. This might be it right here. So JL. Let's try plugging this in. Nope, this isn't what they want. Beach Club, the flyer said Panda was headlining via the Insta flyer. Beach Club. Okay. Performance by DJ Panda and who else? So large-scale people's party. There's another. So DJ Panda and DJ Fonzie Nieto. DJ Panda. What is the DJ stage name? So it can't be DJ Panda because there are two names here. So there's a 4-character one and a 5-character one. So it's got to be something else. It might have been a different EXIF. The formatting, yeah, you said earlier the formatting doesn't seem to fit. No. You plug in the coordinates in and get the street address. I mean, we got the street address. It's just that it doesn't fit this format that they're looking for here. So the full address, DJ Panda, DJ Fonzie Nieto. Fonzie Nieto. NBC dancers. Surfer Bar Kuta Lombok, local hub. Summary of locations. Let's go back. He sent me a message, this is the last I heard it. Went to this cool MotoGP after party and became friends with one of the local DJs that played that night. We're going to visit a cave tomorrow. Cool MotoGP after party. Local DJs. What is the DJ stage name? So I think we'll try asking in Perplexity, because Perplexity, well, we can keep on asking questions over here. So we're talking about want to find info about a after party that took place after the what was it called, MotoGP something something. Pertamina Mandalika MotoGP. In 2025. We're looking for the after party that featured a local DJ with a stage name that is, well, we're doing some real metagaming here. 4 characters and then 5 characters. 4 characters and then 5 characters. That is 2 words. 4 characters and 5 characters long. And okay, let's just plug this in. We'll see what our good friend Perplexity has to say about this. Searching the web for an after-party event featuring a 2-word DJ stage name. Okay. Okay, based on my search results, I found the after party you're looking for. Let me search for more specific information about Bong Lele. Bong Lele since the TryHackMe posts. TryHackMe posts. Oh, is it cheating for me? Wait, let's try Bong Lele to see if it says it's the right one. Bong Lele? Yeah, okay, so it was Bunglele. We need to find out which party this was at. Or which party and then the bar. Which party was Bunglele DJing for on that night? What is the name of the bar? Maybe try the second after party, the second location. So the party was the MotoGP after party, after race party, specifically the biggest party after the MotoGP race. And the bar is Surfer's Bar. Surfer's Bar in Kuta Lombok. So Kuta Lombok. Okay, good. Surfer's Bar. Let me search that up in Google Maps real quick. Surfer's Bar, Kuta Lombok. That showed up as one of the first results. Okay, and then we will... Yeah, I think I've got it. So this is the address. That was the second location, Hannah. Correct. Correct. So we'll go over to TryHackMe and we'll plug this in. Check. Nope, it doesn't like this. I mean, the format might be not what they're looking for. Okay, we'll try coming back to this later. After digging into the JJ's other online accounts, what cave does he take tourists to? The DJ's online accounts. So the name of the DJ is Bunglele. And let's look for this person's on social media accounts. Side note, is there a famous cave on the island? There should be. Bunglele. Maybe like Facebook? We find direct mentions to this thing. Okay. This person is on... Well, I mean, is this their DJ? Is this a DJ? No, this doesn't look like a DJ. Can we try, like, Instagram? For the formatting, bar is 3 letters. Let's try Instagram. Okay, so we've got... Looks like they've got, like, 2 different accounts. So the reason why it's the second location is because the question asks for a bar location. Oh, yeah, maybe. So we're talking about like a cave that they like to take their the tourists to. Hold on, let's go back to the... So we don't know the full address yet. After digging into the DJ's other online account, what cave does he take tourists to? So there's... So is there like a famous cave on... What was the name of that? Lombok. Like Lombok famous cave. We can probably ask it over here. What are some famous caves on Lombok? Is that how you spell Lombok? How do you spell it? Yeah, that is how you spell it. Bunglele is a banger DJ. Is it? Bangkang is a good cave. So here are some of the most famous caves in Lombok. Lombok, Gua Bangkang, Bat Cave, and we've got Gua Susu. I'm guessing that the word Gua means cave. So there's the milk cave, there is the box cave. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can tell from this, because it's got 5 letters. So 3 letters and then 5 letters? Yeah. So we just have to look for the answer that's 5 letters long. Bangkang is a good one. Locations take out... Bar is the last 3 letters, I believe. Take out the word Indonesia. Check. Okay, that was the correct one. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, so we managed to find the correct address, and then we just need to find the cave name. So I'm guessing it's going to be Guakotak, because this is the only one with the right number of letters. Or maybe Guamanik. There are two options. There's Manik and there's Kotak. So we'll plug in both of those. Kotak. Nope. And how do you spell that other one? Manik. M-A-N-I-K. There's also Gualawa. Lawa. Lawa? Lawa. I mean, I guess we could... What cave does he take tourists to? What cave does he take tourists to? I mean, this is the guy's posts. Does he have a picture of a cave? I don't see any caves. Most tourists go to Gua Walet. Gua Walet. You're doing some real investigation for us, Henki. Okay, let's try it out. Gua Walet. No. I mean, they might be looking for the correct capitalization as well. Indonesian. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So what cave? Don't see... You know what? Let's just do... Let's just ask the AI. Is there a specific cave that... What's the name of... What was his name? That DJ... Bung Lale? References or talks about on his social media pages. Okay. Okay, so yes, the cave is Gua Sumar connection. So Bonglale's Facebook page lands on a page for the Gua Sumar cave. Gua Sumar. Alright, we'll try plugging it in and see if it works. Yep, that's it. And what number did the DJ list for his tour business? What number? Full number, no country code. So we're supposed to get his phone number? Full number, no country code, so we're assuming we're talking about like a telephone number. Okay, so we can just continue talking about vertical sinkhole for the win. Yup. Alright. So, Bung Lale. What is the phone number for his tour business? Okay, I couldn't find a specific phone number for DJ Bung Lale's tour business and publicly available search results. So let's see. Bung Lale's old business was a cave tour guide service. His Facebook profile, his... Okay. To find the actual number, you need to visit his Facebook profile directly. Okay, let's try visiting the Facebook page. Okay, so Gua Simar Lombok. Ah, we've got the phone number here. Okay. So we just need to copy the phone number without the country code, then go back to TryHackMe, then paste it in. And I'm guessing we don't need to put in the dashes. So just boom. Done. Hey, we're finished. All right, we managed to find information about the DJ. Okay, let's hold on. All right, so we're able to find a lot of information about this, specifically about the DJ. Way more information about the DJ than we would have expected. Okay, and surprisingly, most of the information we could get from asking the AI. It was a lot more efficient to ask the AI for the information about this person's social media than it would be to manually check it. I mean, if I were to manually check through, this guy's Instagram, it would have been not so fun. But good thing we've got our good friend, the AI here. Okay, so yeah, we managed to successfully do it. I wonder if there's any other, like, OSINT stuff. So once again, if you want to give this a try yourself, this is the room. And let's see if we can find any other OSINT. No. Actually, maybe here? If we wanted to keep on doing OSINT stuff, AI is more Indonesian than you. I mean, you can't be expected to know all about this tourist information. Let's try HackMyVM, because they've got... HackMyVM also has like some OSINT challenges. So if we wanted to continue on our OSINT stuff. So there's an OSINT category over here. Can you find it? So we solved one. Let's try... I mean, I'm guessing that all of these OSINT challenges are kind of the same difficulty. Let's try number 26. Okay, so which country is this? Alright, so, I mean, there's a zip file. Actually, I wonder if anybody can download this. Gotta go, see you, TryHack. No worries, Henky, but thank you. AI is crazy fast, but everybody, can you download this? Or does it give you like a login prompt if you try to access it? Let me see if I can do this from a private window. Okay, we can download it, okay. So this is number 26. We'll call this OSINT 26. And we'll move this thing over from the downloads directory. What's the name of the file? 026. Okay, so let's unzip this, and it's probably going to be another photo. And they're looking for the country this is in. I mean, these should be pretty easy to look up if we just use something like Google, right? So looking for the country. Search by image, upload the thing. This. Let's see what Google has to say about this. Oh. Huh. So this picture right here, AI Overview says, this image shows a parking area next to a commercial building, specifically identified as subterranean parking for the Grand 2 shopping center. Grand 2 shopping center, but they don't say where it is. Grand Plaza 2 shopping center. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to go back to Indonesia. Indonesia was well, I mean, Bali was really nice. I'm sure Jakarta is pretty nice as well. Let's hit up another music playlist. What do we do next? How about this? The building structure on the right appears to be part of the shopping center complex. HackMyVM OSINT challenges. Okay, that's good. So what country is this in? I dream of eating fresh mangosteen someday. Mangosteen... Based on the visual evidence, the building in the image is Sir Modern, a prominent modern art gallery. Is this Turkey? I mean, Google is saying that this is Turkey. Alright, let's go to the challenge. HMV France. HMV Turkey. Submit. Okay, that was Turkey. So we managed to do that one successfully. I mean, let's do a few more of these. I mean, is it that easy to do all these ones? Let's go back. Some more OSINT challenges. Let's do number 29. Okay, one of the HackMyVM.eu subdomains has the answer. Oh, okay. So we're not dealing with... One of the myhackme.eu subdomains is the answer. Hello! Arabic letters. I don't know how to read Arabic. Hi bro, how are you? Hello, nice to see you. We're currently doing some OSINT challenges. We're trying to look for HackMyVM.eu subdomains. I mean, we could probably look these up using dig, right? Okay, so how do we discover... So they might have the subdomains on their DNS. Hello, watching from the Philippines. Hello, Johnny. Nice to see you here. And welcome. Welcome to the stream. So what other... I mean, we could also do like a big subdomain search. HackMyVM.eu. Hold on. We'll call this one fuzzing. So FFUF, we could start looking for HackMyVM.eu. Everything's going to be HTTPS, right? Because they've got their own certificate, SSL certificate. So we'd have to look for fuzz.hackmyvm.eu. Is this the right way to do it? Hold on. I've got some notes for subdomain enumeration. Ah, right. Okay. Okay, my name is Jaber. Do you have any accounts on Telegram or the dark web? I don't have anything on the dark web. I mean, I've got a Reddit and I've got a Discord if you want to contact me on either of those. Okay, so I think we can do some of this right here. We can look for HTTPS HackMyVM.eu. Penguin Burger Meal. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, status 301. We probably don't want any of these, so we'll just filter on them. Filter code 301. To see if anything returns. It's not going super fast, but that's okay. That's okay. What we're doing right now is we're looking for subdomains. Oh, hold on. This isn't gonna work. We've got the wrong host header. Okay. So fuzz dot hackmyvm.eu. Okay, okay, we got a downloads subdomain here. I mean, we could check these out one by one, because it's going to take a while for this to come back. We're looking for subdomains on our hackmyvm.eu website. So can we go directly to downloads? HTTPS downloads.hackmyvm.eu. This doesn't... well, there's nothing here. So the landing page here doesn't have anything. We got www, we got mail. Oh, but this is status 400. So this is like not found. Oh, the other thing is that these are prepended with a, what is it called? Hash sign. So that's not gonna go. So I mean, the other way we could do this is we could look for, we could search on Google. So Google dorking. So site hackmyvm.eu. Site hackmyvm.eu. And let's see if we can see some subdomains here. I don't see anything. So this one is downloads. We got a couple more pages. FFUF, Dirtbuster, more. Why not use GoBuster? Seen many people use other directory enumeration tools than GoBuster. Well, I mean, we're using FFUF, and FFUF is a pretty popular one. But, maybe it's Momo. Momo.hackmyvm.eu. Password to obtain the flag. Okay, let's check out Momo. MOMO. This isn't returning anything to us. Okay, so this is unable to connect. So I guess it doesn't like the landing page. John Monroe Vault, Wesley Teresa Frederick. This is weird. These are other challenges. Okay. Looks like there are only two pages. Hey buddy, I'm doing a pen test. I've reached the administrator login page, and when I enter the correct username and password, the firewall... I mean, if you're doing a pen test, you shouldn't be asking for... I don't think you should be asking for my advice. My address isn't listed on the database of authorized users. Do you have any solution? Your IP address isn't listed on the database of authorized users. I mean, I think if you're doing a pen test on a website, you should be... You could try asking the people who you're doing a pen test for, and they could whitelist your IP address. Password to obtain the flag. I don't think this is going to be... Challenge 3002. So which challenge are we doing right now? We're doing Challenge 29. So this looks like Challenge 2. Can we just plug in Challenge 29 here? Not found. Okay, that's great. John Monroe Vault. John Monroe Vault. So one of the HackMyVM EU subdomains has the answer. HMV flag. So we're looking for something that just says HMV flag. We haven't found any subdomains, aside from the downloads one. What is your username on TryHackMe? My username on TryHackMe? I think it's the Shy Hat. Let me check. TryHackMe. Oh, wrong website. TryHackMe. My name on TryHackMe is the Shy Hat. This one right here. We're actually pretty close to finished here. Subdomains top 1 million. Walk through Faust. Let's go back to the first page. HackMyVM Anonymous. HackMyVM Hades. Oh, here we go. docs.hackmyvm.eu. Hey hacker, this is just another site that's been created to... What? Hold on. Put this in a new tab. Interesting. Going to sleep, I'm tired. Give me your Discord link. Yeah, I mean, if you want to contact on Discord, there you go. If you're asking me to help you there with your pen test, I don't know if I can help you. So we can search for a flag. Create flags. What? Let's look for something different. Maybe HMV, open bracket, like this. So docs.hackmyvm.eu, huh? So there's like a web page. Where do these go? Where do these links go? Hold on. Let's search for the flag. Create flags. Root flag, user flag. Is there anything else in here? Flag. Nope. So we weren't able to find any other subdomains on here. Any chance it might be in the source? I mean, it's possible. We can take a quick look. Okay, and then flag. No, not in here. So let's look for stuff in docs. .hackmyvm.eu. So there's only one. It's only one hit. So there's English and Spanish. Doc material. Discord. This page will contain some notes that can help you solve HackMyVM VMs and other CTFs. Yeah. So web, create VM FAQ. FAQ not found? Okay, fine. Create a VM. HMV flag. Nope. There's also the web stuff over here. Enumeration. Fuzzing. Not here. Not here either. Okay. I thought it would have been easier. Maybe we should be looking for the subdomains from the DNS. Okay, let's try asking our good friend the AI. We have the domain for a website. Can we find subdomains through DNS records? Okay, yes, you can find subdomains through DNS records, but with an important limitation. You can only discover publicly exposed subdomains, not all of them. So how DNS-based subdomain discovery works: so DNS enumerations, DNS brute force, DNS zone transfer. DNS zone transfer. Reverse DNS lookups. So zone transfers are usually blocked. Most name servers restrict AXFR requests, so you rarely get the full zone file. Internal private subdomains won't show. Subdomains only resolve internally won't appear in the public DNS. Newly created or hidden subdomains may be missed. /123. I mean, I'm not too sure. So dig NS lookup and host. DNS brute force tools use word list of 5,000 to 50,000 common subdomain names. I mean, we did that over here. We did subdomains top 1 million, but we still weren't able to find anything. Only one thing came back 200. So if we go back here, so there was that like Momo website as well. Fuzzer. Oh, you're talking about... There's a TXT record for HMV... How did you find that, MND? HMV SA... The TXT record. So what was that, DIG? DNSdumpster.com. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so we test out HackMyVM.eu. curl. So we started the test. Free users are limited to 50 results for a single domain. I mean, I don't think we need to. So downloads. HMV. Oh, you know what? This might be the flag. This might be the flag we're looking for. Okay, let's give it a try. So back here. This is not the right flag. Okay. I mean, it might be a flag for another challenge. Because they said that we're looking for a subdomain, and we didn't find that on a subdomain. We can go back to DNS Dumpster. Where is it? Excuse me, I just have to close out some of these tabs we're not using. HMV SAS. So we only found downloads. Downloads, we got NS records. MXTR Freedom, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? I mean, we might move on to another challenge soon if we don't find anything. 298 solvers, huh? And this was from 2022? Man, this is a while ago. There have been some people this year who have gotten this flag though. Okay, so subdomain enumeration. I mean, we could look for more subdomains. Let's see. Locate sub. So we got subdomain Spanish. There's a lot of different subdomains here. So Amas subdomains top 1 million. I think we're using something like this before. We could try using some different word lists. This is 20,000 DNS from DNS Recon. This is 1 million though. We could try some Spanish subdomains as well. because this is a Spanish website. Let's try subdomain spanish.txt. Just plug it in over here. GoBuster. I mean, I found much better success using FFUF for subdomain enumeration over GoBuster. Oh man, that's some... Okay, we found downloads. I think we need to filter on status 400, because that doesn't help us very much. It's not a very long list. So we only find downloads. So what are some of these other lists? So bug bounty program subdomains trickiest inventory. Trickiest inventory, huh? Subdomains collector. It's a trap. Bitquark subdomains top 100k. Subdomains top 1 million. I mean, this is a top 1 million from another word list. Let's try this one. Okay, so we'll just replace this. Okay, we find downloads again. Great. One of the subdomains has the answer. No idea. We find this thing over here, John Monroe Vault. Are we supposed to plug in each one of these? Wesley, Teresa, Frederick, and see if any of these work? I'm a little late today. Study bloggers, hello, nice to see you. We're just trying to... So, I mean, this kind of indicates that there's, that these could be flags. Script is wrong. Which script? Oh, Ayush, are you here right now, or are you watching from the beginning of the stream? Okay, this is gonna take a while to scan, because they've got like 1 million of them. It's only like 10% through. Okay, we'll just wait on this. So, John Monroe Vault, Wesley, Teresa, Frederick. I mean, this could also be... We're looking for HMV flag, though. So we got docs over here. Subdomains, virtual hosts, WebFuzz API. Got command injection. Have you done the OSINT? Well, I mean, we're kind of doing OSINT right now. We finished our TryHackMe OSINT exercise. So this one over here. Ooh, where to go? This one for missing person. We finished this one about 30 minutes ago. It's great having such a cool online community. Talking about this to people in normal life situations causes eyes to start to roll as I talk. No worries. Amassed DB summary. Amassed DB summary. Hold on. So I don't know if I've got a mass on the system. So a mass is here. DB. Let's figure out how to use this thing. So a mass. So this is an OWASP project. In-depth attack, surface mapping, and asset discovery. Okay, subcommands. Amass intel. Discover targets for enumeration. Amass enum. Perform enumerations and network mapping. So amass DB. Did you see the rocket launch to the moon? No. I was streaming when that happened. Okay, let's try... Well, we'll try asking our good friend the AI. How can we use the amass program for subdomain enumeration? No worries, no worries. A lot of people were talking about the rocket launch today. Okay, OWASP with an AS is one of the most powerful tools for subdomain enumeration. Here's how to use it effectively. So install it, and then core subcommands. So it has 5 main subcommands: enum, intel, track, viz, and db. Query, manipulate the graph database. Are you suggesting that I use the graph database? Main subdomain enumeration, passive active DNS enumeration. So we do amass enum, basic subdomain enumeration, simple passive scan, fast no DNS validation. Amass enum passive -d target.com. Active scan, slower but more accurate, validates the DNS. I mean, we can give this a try right here. So we're doing... We'll just call this tab amass. And we can give it a fancy color. How about some yellow? Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be HTTPS. Do we just need to give a domain? HackMyVM.eu, like this. I guess it'll tell us if it's incorrect. It's weird, this says, yes, I have the flag. Yes, I have the flag. How did you... How did you find that page? I mean, we can take a look at it. So this is on the Momo subdomain. Huh. This one is HTTP, not HTTPS. That's kind of weird. URLscan.io. Yes, I've got the flag. So this is a PHP page. Doesn't give you anything here. What happens if you just visit this subdirectory? Maybe the flag is in here. Oh, okay. Yes, I have the flag, but it doesn't tell you the flag. URLscan.io. I don't think I've used that one before. But how do you find that initial subdirectory? HMV. What? That's kind of weird. No assets were discovered. Enumeration is finished. No assets were discovered. Maybe we should check this. And then try it again. I mean... This might have robots.txt. Nope, no robots.txt. How about in the docs subdomain? Nothing there either. So we finished our subdomain enumeration here, that we still didn't find anything. And URLscan.io. You know what? I'm discovering all sorts of new tools. I mean, that's pretty cool. Let's check it out. URLscan.io. A sandbox of the web, URL to scan. I guess we could HackMyVM.eu. Public scan. We want cars. These are cars. That's a car. That's a car. I think that's it. That's a car. Alright, verify. 888. The flag is HMV public domain. I mean, the flag is good, but how do you find it? Ignifer, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for following on Twitch. It's Slizo. It's Slizo. Hello. 888. Let's see. So we managed to find... What did we manage to find here? We got some history. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Serial Sika. Hello. We got a screenshot. We got HTTP. We got links. Follow button doesn't work. Level up VA. Hello, nice to see you here. I just started with TryHackMe yesterday. Nice to find your channel. Hello, nice to see you. Thank you for coming by. What do we have? Okay, so Ignifer says that the flag should be HMV public domain. Public domain. I had to use the settings to follow. Oh, thank you very much, Level Up VA. So we got HTTP, we got links. There's one link going to different origins of the main page. Hacker ethic. It redirects to Wikipedia, redirects to HackMyVM.eu. It's kind of funny. Okay, we've got... If you click on the similar button up top, it shows Momo. Okay, so similar button up top. Where? Similar. Okay, so attention, structurally similar hits. Structurally similar hits are only visible to signed up users. So I'm not signed up. Ah, okay. So this one points to the Momo subdomain. And these other ones, not so much. 2 hits for the same IP but different domain. Did we... go to that page? Okay, so momo.hackmyvm.eu is over here. We got a few different pages. We've got one page. So this is a regular old HTTP page. And this is, yes, I have the flag. Quickly plus I. Plus I? So momo.hackmyvm.eu scanned 12 times on urlscan.io. So HTTP 2 similar. Okay, and we got that other link. This one. Show cookie profit? Yeah, maybe. So what is this link here? So HTTP. Ah, so this is just the whatever, the directory. This one, I think. Yeah. Maybe the flag is in here. Maybe the flag is in here. Did you try Sasavi Yellen? I tried it. It didn't go through. So it says maybe it's here. We could try. Try directory here. This is not found. Lowercase? I mean, I can give it a try. Here. But it says here that that the HMV is uppercase. Well, you know what? We can move on to another OSINT challenge. So that was 29. That was 29. We'll try 34. Okay. Oh, this is another get the country. Get the country from where the photo is. I mean, that's should be pretty easy. So this is 34. Let's move out of the directory. So this is challenge number 34. 34. And then we'll try to... Can we get this? Yes, we can. Okay, that's good. So we can unzip it, and then we can give this over to Google and see if it can answer the question for us. So they're looking for a country, right? They're just looking for HMV country. It must be kind of tough to do challenges that... Country. Which country has this flag? Which country has this flag? It's just a blue flag with a star. The blue background represents the sky and the United Nations, while the star symbolizes the freedom of the Somali people. Is this Somalia? Flag of Somalia. Okay, so the answer is Somalia. HMV Somalia. Okay, I mean that was easy enough. Let's try another one. So we've got some other challenges created by different folks. So we'll try 36. Did you try Sublister for that 29 challenge? I'm not... How do you use Sublister? Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Cybers Knox. Hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for the subscription. Very much appreciated. Let's go! Let's give you a fun redeem. How about all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, sublister is not found. Did you mean sublister? So I mean we're talking about this thing? It's China? What are we talking about? Sublister not found can be installed with sudo apt install sublister. Never heard it before. What song is that? Oh, you don't know the song? Oh, you're in for a treat. Here, let me get you the YouTube link. It's from Dual Core. Here you go. Let me here, check this out. It's a really, really good nerdcore rap song. So find the correct BSSID. BSSID. Huh. So we're talking about like MAC addresses or something? Let's try downloading this thing. So you were talking about Debbie's song for real. Yeah, it's really good. Let's see. Sublister helped me find the domain for Challenge 29. It's the online... Oh, it's the online version of Sublister. You know, let me check this out because, I mean, I'd like to be able to solve it. Subdomain enumeration tool. Okay, so we need to... It's a powerful subdomain enumeration tool designed to enumerate subdomains of websites using OSINT. Okay. HackMyVM.eu. Enumerate. Make sure that it's spelled correctly, of course. What's the current VGM playing? This is Dungeon of the Endless. So just look up... Look this up on YouTube. You should be able to find this stuff. Okay, so... we found a few more. So total unique subdomains found 9. This is great. This is great. I need to add this to my list of tools. So Sophia together. The flag is public domain. The flag is public domain.hackmyvm.eu. I mean, this is probably what we're looking for. Oh, this redirected. Hold on. The flag is public domain.hackmyvm.eu. We could try curling it down. So we would curl. Okay, this is moved permanently. Moved permanently. So move permanently... Hold on. Do we just wrap this up in the flag wrapper? Like this. HMV. The flag is public domain. This is what the other user was talking about on YouTube, right? Okay, I'm new to this, and this might be a dumb question, but why can't we use the GoBuster DNS to enumerate subdomains? We can. I mean, there's a lot of different tools we can use to enumerate subdomains. GoBuster is just one. If we're talking about stuff that's on the internet, then it might be better to use some online tools, like this one over here. Sublister. This is what we got for... Oh, what is the name of the challenge? This is 29. Okay, let's submit this. Wrong flag. The flag is public domain. So do we just submit public domain? Okay, it's just public domain. Yeah, okay. We found it. Great. Can't give law enforcement that I got for legal reasons. No way I can prove it. What are we talking about? Level up VA? Help me learn that a local school is attempting to cover up... What? Working on a case. Sorry, I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Sublister is a dope program. I need to put this in my list of tools because this is really... This found a lot of good stuff. Crypto? We don't... Are you talking about cryptocurrency or are you talking about cryptography? We do some cryptography stuff. We don't do cryptocurrency stuff. Okay, we did it. Yeah. Alright, so, we got about 19 minutes, maybe a little bit more, left in the stream. Let's see if we can solve some more challenges. So we're looking for BSS IDs. So we're looking for MAC addresses. Let's try to download this. So this is challenge number 36. The other subdomains are probably for other challenges. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's give it a try. So this is 36. Okay, I was hired for a local case a week ago because some stuff went down. Sent me down a rabbit hole. Local student. Shady activities linked to students. I hope that goes okay for you, Level Up VA. Local politics is really complicated, especially if these kids are the kids of influential people in your town. Okay, let's unzip this thing. So we have a PNG. PNG, huh? Well, if it's a PNG, we might as well open it up in Google then. Zursk. Hello. Nice to see you. We're just doing some OSINT challenges. We're trying to use publicly available resources to find out stuff about... What is this? BSSID, huh? Oh, this might be like a Wi-Fi network. We might be looking for a Wi-Fi network or something. Because I'm pretty sure that BSSID... It's a unique 48-bit MAC address of a specific wireless access point. So we need to find out the wireless access point referenced over here. Might be in the metadata. Maybe. Level Up VA says open discover law enforcement doesn't know, won't act on it. It sounds pretty complicated, Level Up VA. So the metadata for this particular image, I mean, we can take a look at it in EXIF tool. This was created using GreenShot. I mean, I use this program to create my screenshots too. That's kind of funny. I don't know about BSS IDs though. This is a PNG. This is about OSINT. Let's see what it has to say. So this image shows the Sun Live Moritsune store located in the Kokura Minami ward of Kitakyushu, Japan. This location is a commercial shopping center, specifically a Sun Live supermarket. The surrounding area features typical Japanese urban infrastructure. The SU text, Kitakyushu, Japan, Sun Live something something, XDG, open this file. What is it called? 036. Okay, let's take a very close look. So I mean, yeah, this is Japan. That looks like a girl wearing a Japanese school uniform. If you take a look at these signs, there is some Japanese like written over here. So the thing is that we're looking for a BSS ID value. Level up 4 VA says one of my friends says one of my friends made a joke saying that we should take it to 4chan. I mean, maybe. I mean, it couldn't hurt. What's the worst that can happen? Okay, let's play some of this music to round out our stream. Okay, Revolt says, sorry to interrupt. In the next month I will be taking CompTIA Security Plus exam. Do you have any advice that could help me pass the exam? If anybody here has taken the CompTIA Security Plus exam, give us some advice for how to study. I haven't taken that exam myself. BSS ID. But you know what? We could probably ask the AI about this. AI overview. We'll go deeper in AI mode. One of us has friends? I mean, I don't know. Okay. We need to figure out what the BSS ID associated with this image is. I mean, that's what they're looking for, right? Find the correct BSS ID. So it would be some sort of MAC address like that. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. LemonTree678. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's go back. So BSS ID. We need to figure out what the BSS ID associated with this image is. Let's see how the AI responds. To determine the BSS ID for the image in the location in the image, we need to find the exact coordinates. So the image is from a known open source intelligence challenge. This image is from a known open source intelligence challenge. That's some funny AI answers right over here. Okay, it shows the Terrace Mall Matsudo in Matsudo City, Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Okay, the specific viewpoint is an intersection near the mall's entrance, approximately at 35, so these are GPS coordinates. In the context of this specific OSINT challenge, the goal is to use a wireless network mapping tool like Wiggle to find the access points at these coordinates. According to documented solutions for this challenge, I mean, I'd prefer not to just use documented solutions for this challenge. The unique MAC address for the wireless access point associated with SunLive or TerraSmall. TerraSmall networks in this location is this. Love me some Wiggle. I've never heard of it before. So I'm learning some new stuff today. Okay. Sounds like a free Wi-Fi type mapper app. Wiggle. Wiggle Wireless Geographic Logging Engine. I mean, we could look this up and then take a look over here. Wireless. Wiggle Wireless Network Mapping. Okay, we'll go over here. So we're looking for... Oh, geez. This is... Okay, we need to look up an address or a place. So... What did Google say? So Google said that this was the TerraSmall Matsudo in Matsudo City, Chiba Prefecture, Japan. TerraSmall Matsudo. So we'll just look this up. Do you want it to access your location? No, I do not. So TerraSmall Matsudo, Chiba, Japan. Okay, we got a result. We're in it deep now. Nerdsec forever. Nerdsec? What's up, man? I nodded off for a bit. Oh yeah, we're just looking up BSS IDs for random access points on wiggle.net. I've never heard of this thing before, but apparently you can look up the wireless access points for random locations in the world. SSID foobarnet, and the BSSID is this. I mean, we'll try submitting this as the answer. Huh. Do they not have anything here? It looks like they don't have anything here. Sounds like a Wi-Fi drive-by heat map. I mean... Date range. I mean, we don't know what the date range is. So they have got file access. They don't have a timestamp here. I mean, we've got... It's competitive, join the team. Oh, I mean, maybe. What can we do here? So we're trying to work backwards, because this specific viewpoint is at an intersection near the mall's entrance, approximately at these coordinates. So maybe we can plug these in to the GPS or the Wiggle app here. Longitude and latitude. Hold on. We can't. Can we? Let's reload the page. They have war driving contests that help build up these type of databases. Okay. Hold on. Let's look this up. So is this in Japan? Okay. So well, we can also look up BSS IDs. It says daily limit. Is it because I can't really look this stuff up? Yeah, I've never used this thing before. You know what? We'll try submitting the answer from Google over here. Finding the BSS IDs. In the context of this specific OSINT challenge, the goal is to use a wireless network mapping tool like Wiggle. According to the documented solutions, it is this. Summary of identifiers. So, let's see. Terrace Mall, Matsudo City, Japan. Are you interested in how to use Wiggle or find other wireless network data for this area? Okay, we'll try to submit this as the flag. I'm really not familiar with this stuff. Oh, hey, it's Wiggle, El Mexican. Hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, I've never used this tool before. Okay, so this is... Let's see if this is the thing. Wrong flag. Okay, so this tells us this is the wrong flag. I mean, we'd probably be able to find the right flag in, like, a write-up. Long time no see, no worries. But hello! The ironic thing about me knowing how to hack is that someone knows how to run someone I know runs a server business. I mean, if you run a server business, there's probably all sorts of information that that person stores all the time. So 036. So this is 036. Well, we learned about Sublister today. So Sublister is a really nice tool that we can use to get subdomains. And we used that to solve one of the challenges today. Maybe the flag is in the hex metadata. I think we'll try digging a little bit more into this location. So Terrace Mall Matsudo. Reload the page. Okay, we find the location here. So do we click into this? Oh, we need to be logged in. Do we need to be logged in to do this? Have you ever used Yggdrasil or I2P networks? Can't say that I have. Find it on Google Maps. Will it have information about the BSS ID though? I mean, I can search for it in Google Maps, sure. Second in mind, do you have another tool that can be used to get the... We're looking for the BSS ID of the wireless access point. No, Google Maps may not have it. And then again, I don't use it very often. I mean, they're not going to have a BSS ID that seems a little bit too specific. Looks like war drivers have an unfair advantage here. I mean, we could ask to see if there are other tools. Are there other tools that can be used to get the BSS ID of this location? For a moment I thought you were using some sort of geo finder. While Wiggle is the most common tool for OSINT challenges involving BSS IDs, several other databases and tools can be used. Okay, so open Wi-Fi map. An open source database that allows you to search for BSS IDs and see them plotted on a map. Open Wi-Fi map. I mean, we could try looking at that because apparently this one needs you to be logged in, and I don't want to bother creating an account right now. Open Wi-Fi map. Open Wi-Fi map.net. Which one are we looking for? Wi-Fi map.io. Okay, we're looking for the .NET one. What's your thought on the recent NPM Axios hack? Well, the request for forbidden your credentials may be denied or suspended. Don't access my location, please. Huh. So, what are we supposed to do here? Can we search? I mean, looking for someplace in Japan. There's Japan. Where's Chiba? Chiba's by Tokyo. Chiba's here. We're just zooming in on Chiba. Okay, and I don't think they... It doesn't look like they have anything here, though. Because nothing is showing up. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Surav. Thank you. Level Up says there might be some geolocators that use what you're looking for. Geolocators. I remember doing the CTF. I forgot what I did to get it to work. Oh, sorry. We were talking about the recent NPM Axios map hack. So, I mean, this is an example of a supply chain attack. And supply chain attacks are become increasingly more common for really big hacks over the years. I mean, if we're talking about... Let me pull this up. So really big hacks since 2020? So the biggest hack since 2020 is... What was it called again? SolarWinds. And SolarWinds was a supply chain attack. So this one, like NPM, I mean, there have been a few different NPM attacks. The most recent one that we're talking about is Axios. This is also a supply chain attack. WannaCry, not Petya. Not Petya, WannaCry. Well, I mean, we're talking about since 2020. I wonder what the AI has to say about this. Hold on. Let's just do a quick new search. What are the biggest hacks from 2020 until now? So they're probably going to mention SolarWinds. No worries, no worries. That was 1999. Okay, why are you giving me Chinese? Why? Why is my answer in... This is weird. Okay, answer the same question, but please respond in English. How about that? Okay, so SolarWinds supply chain attack, Twitter Bitcoin scam. Twitter Bitcoin scam. SolarWinds supply chain attack, right? Colonial Pipeline ransomware. So Colonial Pipeline, was this also... Colonial Pipeline was also a big thing, but that was more... AI will truly replace us. They're listening. Yeah, maybe. Darkside ransomware gang used stolen VPN credentials. Okay, so this is stolen VPN credentials. It's not necessary. This is... I mean, it was probably... This wasn't a supply chain attack. So LastPass data breach, Uber hack, MoveIt transfer mass breach. I've heard about this one, MoveIt. Clop ransomware exploited SQL injection. So an SQL injection 0-day in the file transfer. Okay. MGM resorts. So scattered spider, phishing, and MFA fatigue attacks. Phineas Fisher. Phineas Fisher. I don't think I've heard of that one. Okay, one of my friends asked me how I managed to code scripts I use, and my response was, I don't know, I just type stuff and hope for the best. It's called programming, you get used to it. Oh man. 160 billion credential leak. Info stealer malware harvested credentials directly from infected devices. Salesforce 2025. So let's see. Key trends, attack vectors, social engineering, credential theft. Strangely enough, they don't really... I mean, the AI didn't mention anything about supply chain attacks. I mean, I think that supply chain attacks are a really big thing, but maybe I'm wrong. Phineas Fisher. What about... Phineas Fisher. Okay, so what is... You're likely referring to Phineas Fisher. Oh, okay. A famous hacktivist who targeted surveillance and spyware companies. Their major hacks happened before 2020. So this was 2014, 2015, and 2016. Is this what you're referring to? Persona management? So we're talking about famous ethical hackers and hacktivists? Okay, so I think... I mean, I'm probably look up how to use Wiggle a little bit later. But I think we did what we said we were going to do. So we did our gaming, we did our demos, we did our Python lesson on using modules. We did our CTF challenges, and then we did our OSINT challenge. So the OSINT challenge is actually pretty good from today. So if anybody hasn't tried it before, give this a go. Hacktivism, go to 4chan. There's a bunch of hacktivists there. That's enough of my 4chan jokes. I mean, what is the word? What is the name of the group? Anonymous. Anonymous is supposed to be a hacktivist group from 4chan. Today's hacks were super fun. Time flies. Yeah. I gotta not end my stream too late because I have to eat dinner after this, and I have to relax a little bit before going to bed. But what are we doing next time? So today was Wednesday. Our next stream is going to be on Friday. So Friday we're going to be doing our programming stuff. So we do programming as a warm-up on Fridays. We're going to be doing Advent of Code. And I think this one has to do a lot with working with coordinates. So please look forward to that. We're going to be doing some Hack the Web. Oh, we did most of the demos today already. So I'll figure something out for the second topic. We're not going to be doing Python on Friday. Instead, we're going to be working on web app hacking. So I'm going to be doing a class on basic web app hacking techniques on Friday, and then we're going to be doing Portswigger access control labs. And the last thing we're going to be looking at is we're going to be looking at NPM supply chain attacks over at HackSmarter. So, I mean, HackSmarter is HackSmarter runs a pretty cool platform. And he graciously asked us if we could cover his supply chain attacks lab over at his platform. So that's what we're going to be doing on Friday. Have you checked out eBPF? We talked about it in the previous stream. Oh, I don't think we did. But you know what? Let me put that in one of my search tabs. And we might do that topic on a future stream. NPM thing went viral. Yeah. Alright, so let's talk about what we're going to be doing. Well, we're going to be raiding into another channel in just a bit. So over on Twitch, we like to do what are called raids. We send all the viewers from one channel to another channel. And we like to get candidates for that from this website over here. It's called infosecstreams.com. It's got a list of all of the people who are doing live streams on Twitch and on YouTube, and they talk about cybersecurity stuff. Nobody is doing anything online right now, so let's find another person we can raid. Join in at the end of stream. No worry. Oh, Blazebits is on. Huh, he's not online on the website though. Okay, we'll send a raid his way. So raid Blazebits. Yeah, infosecstreams.com seems a bit broken right now. Alright everybody, when you arrive on Blazebits' channel, if you could give this message over here, it's OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Alright everybody, we'll be back on Friday, and hope to see you then. If you want to take a look at our schedule, it's over here. We've got a Reddit, and we've got a Discord. Ready to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.